Thank you, Paul. It's the morning of the final.
It's a beautiful morning on the east coast of South Africa where it's finals day on the Challenger Series. Top 3 of 6 is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and it all comes down to this. We've whittled down the field to semi-finalists, so just a couple more heats to run and we will be crowning champions here today in Ballito. Loads of big talking points throughout a really fun event, and obviously the most important as yet to come. Here to break it all down, talk you through it, a couple of South African surf savants, Emma Smith, Greg Elmsley. How we doing?
Good, feeling good.
Finals day energy?
Got the energy, we're here. And I think it was a good call not running the finals yesterday. It looks fun.
Speaking of energy, Greg, feels like maybe the swell's kicked up a bit. That's cool.
I think so. Let's call yesterday 1 to 3 feet. I'm calling today 2 to 4 feet. It's looking beautiful out there. You want to grab your surfboard and go surfing. Those sort of waves. We're seeing peaks. It's clean. And I think we're in for a good day of surfing. We're heading towards that low tide, 11 o'clock. And then up into the finals as that tide just starts pushing as well.
All right, well, competitors who are still alive in semi-final competition, they're arriving this morning with that sunrise, checking things out, having a look at Vahine Fierro right there with Thomas Malem. Obviously, she knows what scores points out here, does Vahine. Those big backhand hits have been absolutely deadly for her. Having a look at Sophia Medina making her way in. She was so stoked to get through that quarter yesterday. Emma, you were talking to her, and she was absolutely delighted. She's got a big matchup against last year's finalists and a winner on the championship tour. Not just a winner of any kind of event, that huge statement, iconic win over in Tahiti, but it's a different sort of performance level required over here, so that'll be an interesting heat. Obviously, loads of stuff went down yesterday. It's a big day, and some cool storylines going down. A big shift in conditions throughout the day as well. I think that's been the key throughout here, and it was surfers able to make that adjustment that we're able to stay alive and come back for finals day today. Let's check out some of those highlights from yesterday and see exactly what went down. But it was that wind that kicked up and really ruffled the lineup. So clean conditions in the morning, and then it was all change. But there was still some huge numbers going down as well. Excellent performances. And I guess, Greg, if you're going to come into finals day, if you can do it with excellent numbers, that's going to give you that extra kick.
Yeah, it all depends on how your run is. Talk to the coaches. You talk about sticking to routines. And we saw our surfers gaining that momentum yesterday. Some seriously big turns. And it's been the event of the underdog, hasn't it? And we're going to see some fresh winners today.
Bella Nichols went down yesterday in a big heat of the heavy hitters, and that was really entertaining to see. Super impressed by the work of French surfer Tessa Thiessen. She'll be dialed in and look for a huge statement win here in Ballito. You get in the semis, you're not thinking about coming away with equal third. This is all about getting the win.
Absolutely, at this stage, and you focus on the win. You've got 4 good waves that you need to get today if you want to win. And looking at our lineup, you know, Fierro, Medina, Gorgia, Gouveia, Thiessen, we've got Kenworthy, Raposa, Vincent. None of these surfers have tasted Challenger Series victory before. So come to the end of play today, we're going to have a fresh new winner.
Yeah, we're going to have a brand new champion here. Just think about energy and spark. You know, sometimes when conditions get a bit more challenging and trickier, it's all about finding your own energy, delivering that. Looking at names like Ian Gouveia, this guy, been a bit of a breakthrough performer. Winter Vincent, he has been smooth as you like, in and out of the water. And he's a confident character as well, Emma.
Yeah, he is. But, you know, the perfect balance of confidence. He's got that confidence in his ability in surfing, but also just wants to surf more. So stoked to be here.
Yeah, another thing we were talking about is momentum, Greg, as well. And, you know, you want to finish well, but it's all about ending well in an event. Edgar Gorgia, we saw vision of him. He did that big air for a 9-point ride. He was sick at the start of this. He had a bit of flu, a bit of a cold. He was saying he was not feeling good. He was in bed. And he's just getting better and better every day. Scores are going up. And just feel there's that momentum going with him. He's going to be deadly today.
I'm glad you talk about that. And we've spoken about him being sick. His form, he started 60%, then he's 70, 80 through the days. Yesterday he still said 80, and I reckon he'll be at 100 today for sure. Full steam ahead.
Yeah, big opportunity for him, as you mentioned, Greg. None of these surfers with a win on the Challenger Series. In the context of keeping 4 results on tour, absolutely huge. To get this far, getting a win will really set you up towards qualification for the championship tour. Here's the bracket here. So those are the semis we're looking at. The all-Brazilian affair, Gorgia, Gouveia, and you just see so much spark and energy from those two. Whatever the conditions are, you know they're going to bring relentless performance. second semi, Raposa and Vincent. So a bit of a contrast in style there. Got that kind of light aggression from Nolan Raposa, and Winter Vincent's just been smooth and dialed in throughout. So great looking matchups there. Can't wait to see how those go down. Any names from those four you're going to pick out? Who are you fancying?
I hate it when you ask this because I'm bad luck.
That's
But
why I do it,
anyway,
mate.
first of all, what I like is the split. Goofy Natural first semi, Goofy Natural second semi. I'm going with Ed Grog. He's my man for the win. I just think he's on form. Those airs are amazing. So Ed Grogier, I'm signing him in for the win.
Emma, got a surfer from the male bracket?
I am thinking, yesterday I said Winter. I'm thinking between him and Nolan.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, stick with it. Let's turn our attentions over to the women's bracket now and see our semis all set up. We saw glimpses, didn't we, of Fierro coming in. She'll be taking on Medina in a great-looking first matchup. So the youngster, Sophie Medina, who's been taking down names here, and she was so stoked to make it through the semi-final. She'll be maybe just dialing back on that stoke, really thinking about going all the way. She's going to have to get past the outstanding surfer, really, of the year, Vahine Fierro. And that second semi, Thiessen taking on Bella Kenworthy. Kenworthy, another one of those youngsters, part of that youth movement. We're seeing that particularly out the USA, not exclusively, but it does feel like there's a crop from that region of those young surfers, the females that bring everything. They got that X factor, that explosivity, all of those factors together. A bit of fearlessness as well. That's a great looking matchup.
Crazy matchups. Again, it's hard to pick the winners here. It depends on how they're going to look this morning in those heats. But these matchups are all awesome, and it's again the battle of the underdogs, and we're going to have a fresh champ.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned the goofies versus the regulars. It's been a bit of a weapon for the goofies, hasn't it? We talk about Vahine, what she's been able to do. Tessa Thiessen as well. Mainly right-handers here. Obviously, there are some lefts too, but those goofies, particularly names like Vahine, she's been able to go 8s and 9s, big numbers for hammering it backhand, and it'd be cool to see if that continues today.
Yeah, I think those those rights that run off the bank there, it's a little bit, it looks a bit more impressive to get your board up and vertical. The judges do love that. So we've seen quite a bit of that. But I think, with these semifinals, a lot of these girls, it's like breakthrough heats for all of them. It's going to be hard and cool to see them keeping that same level of intensity that they've had, leading up to this. I think when you get to semis, you feel like, okay, is this the finals? Are we there yet? But there's still a little bit of work to do.
Exciting times here on the morning of the finals day on the Challenger Series. We've been speculating. We think the surf it's getting better. But let's go and find out from a man in the know. The Fru Brew, Mike Fru, is standing by for the call with Paul Canning.
Thank you, Paul. It's the morning of the finals. The event has been called on. We're going to start with ladies semis, then into men's semis. Then we go into the women's final, followed by the men's final. I'm down on the beach with ex-World Championship Tour surfer Paul Canning and director of O'Neill in South Africa. PC, we're set for a great morning surfing here in Ballito.
Yeah, we've got an unbelievable winter's morning here in Ballito. Great conditions. I think it was an excellent call yesterday to hold off with the semis and finals. The tide's dropping a little bit. It's going to hit that bank amazingly, and I think we expected a little bit of a bump in the swell. Offshore winds all day, so I think we're in for a great day surfing.
Thank you for the update, PC. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, love that. Two of the most stoked people in surfing, Mike Fru and Paul Canning. Is Canning ever in a bad mood? Does he get miserable? Because every time I see him, he's buzzing with stoke.
Yeah.
He's the happiest man, and I travelled with him. He doesn't get into a bad mood.
What a legend.
He's super stoked.
Love that, man. Let's check out semi-final number 1, Vahine Fierro of France, taking on Sofia Medina from Brazil. So a great opportunity to go right up the Challenger Series ratings. Let's remind ourselves, 5 spots available to qualify for the Championship Tour through the CS, and a chance for a huge result here in Ballito, South Africa. We're underway right now. And we have in reds Fierro, who went all the way for the final here this year. We talked about the comfort level of certain surfers and getting dialed in with local crews. She's staying with the Bell family here. She's got a mum around too. And she looks very relaxed and comfortable indeed. Looking just to rekindle some of that finals energy from last year. This was the early work from Medina.
Yeah, so just getting that good closeout turn. It's certainly been a weapon for Sophia, that one big hit, and then straight into a second wave as well by the looks of it. And gets this layback, so another strong hit. So a very quick start here for Sophia. And it looks like Vahine has not got a wave yet, so playing the patience game at the start.
Medina with a quick start. That's been something she's been using as a clear strategy throughout. It's paid off well so far. She's in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, waiting for something with a little more size on it and finding it. Fierro off the bottom. Bang. There's that radical approach. And just gets that one a touch wrong. Gets rocked over the heels and goes down. Bit of a surprise to see her not make that.
Yeah, that is a bit of a surprise. But I think, you know, these semi-finals, this is the heat to go big straight away early in the heat. You don't want to play safe. We saw Sophia bringing a little bit of a slide on her turn. This is the time to do it.
And from the stoked face of Paul Canning to the intensity there from Charlie, who has been coaching and guiding Sophia throughout. But we've mentioned how hard it is for the family, the coaches, the loved ones on the beach when you can't do anything. You can't really affect things. And he looks like he's feeling the pressure a little bit there, Greg.
Charlie's just so focused. He's got the formula, and I say that Medina winning secret is going to go with him to the grave, I believe, because can't get much out of him. But really interesting chap to talk to. He's serious, and they've got their routines, and very dangerous weapon. And we've seen that with Sophia and how much she's improved. And just getting back to Vahine's first wave, and you know, a bit of a mistake there, but that was a bigger wave. She actually had to chase out to the wave to catch it. Turned a touch late, maybe a touch late on that entry into the wave, and then arriving to the lip a little bit late. So I'm not going to think too much into it. I just think slightly out of position for that first ride.
Yeah, we got a bit of a building swell on the coast here, heading up from further down south. Meanwhile, on an opportunity here, little corner for Medina. She's got a lead early on in this, and there's a slightly safe snap to finish, and that isn't safe. She gets washed over the rocks. Oh, it's nasty. Oh, no. Sophia Medina straight up the rocks there. Wow.
Whoa.
So that is something that we've been sort of seeing surfers getting close to doing throughout the event. I don't think anyone's done that yet. She seemed like she was okay, but that could have got really nasty.
Yep, there's definitely a bit of power in this ocean. A bit of word from down the coast in the last hour, doubled in size. So you can see these waves really pushing there. We've seen a little bit more size this morning. It's not big, but the power's there with this big storm that's going to be hitting us later this afternoon. But Sophia looks all right, but certainly she has been getting a little bit smashed on those rocks. That would have definitely hurt. But heading back out there, she seems okay. Just stuck there. That water really pushes in towards those rocks. So she'll get into that clean water and have a bit of a breather.
That's been the challenge throughout this event, that finishing turn. It leaves you so close to those rocks on the inside there. And it's a question, obviously, of commitment, never in doubt from our surfers, particularly with the high stakes in this event. And they're really going for it on that end section. I guess they're not really thinking about where the rocks are when they're completing that turn. But as soon as you ride out, and then suddenly you look back towards the rocks and realize how close you are. Let's get another look here.
Yeah, so just sets that one up and does that last maneuver, and straight away she's eyeing that there's trouble ahead and tries to get out of it. But the power of that double up shore break wave just really pushing her over those rocks. And thankfully she looks okay, but definitely a little bit of pain in the back there. She's committed, but shame. She definitely got a bit smashed over those rocks.
Medina making her way back out. It's good to see her. She seems fine. Maybe a little bruise there. But she's back and paddling and competing. She's got a lead here, a 4-point ride in for that. At least she got some points for those efforts. And she got a 4.67 prior to that. So a little bit of a lead. She's got some numbers on the board so far. Not massive numbers. But some rewards there for some commitment going up those rocks. And it is with Vahine Fierro at the moment to make a move. Just further checks on the equipment there, just making sure the fins are all good and the board's all intact. Didn't look like, as you mentioned, Greg, she tried to kind of push through that one, but the power of it brought her in. But then as the wave kind of surged up the rocks, she was kind of floating a bit. It kind of takes you over them rather than bang into them, which is obviously not what you want to be doing. But she'll be maybe a little bit rattled. We know about the sort of mental toughness, the preparation she's got, and of course how important this event is to her. And she'll look to bring more in this semi-final. All right, another crack for Fierro here. First turn, just banks one, whips it off the top, and then sets up with a slice, and then onto the inside, and she'll bring that one down. So nicely surfed. She tried for a banger maneuver on her first wave, which went wrong. She'll end up in a really similar spot to Sophia, but manages to stay off the rocks, and a couple of duck dives will get her into deeper water.
Yep, those rocks are causing a bit of havoc there this morning, but this replay, pretty solid, setup on this.
Yeah, and it was a bigger wave, a little bit soft in the beginning, but you can see the closeout turn is where it's at, and both the girls taking risks. I think having a wetsuit on helps a little with some extra padded protection, but it is going to be all about that end section because the beginning of the waves seem a bit warpier.
Yeah, this is the tide that we're at right now. It's bringing these waves right in, and then these rocks just draw out. Here's a good-looking wave for Medina with a big hack there. So she's been super busy.
Yeah, so that's a good turn. So she's reset very quickly, and we often talk about surfers. Surfers know how to fall. We know how to wipe out. So even though she maybe hit her back a little bit, it wasn't her head, because you always learn to keep your head safe, and you might get a bit of a knock here and there. But that's a good trait that surfers learn from a young age, is how to fall and keep yourself safe. But that reset was very good, and a good solid maneuver. But Vahine, I still think, is going to get the bigger number in this heat.
23 minutes on the clock. We're going to get another score in for Medina here. She's in the lead. We're still waiting, actually, for numbers for Fierro as well. Let's go down and check in with the Vahine Fierro camp with Mike Frew.
I'm here on the hospitality deck with the Bell family, who has a connection with Vahine Fierro. Angus, Vahine's been staying with you for a couple of years now. She's almost part of the local community. You look very nervous for this heat.
Yeah, Mark, I am. As you know, Vahine stayed with us for the last 4 or 5 years, and her mom, Hini, and they feel very part of the family, and we're loving having them. And she's just the most dedicated, humble person that I know, and deserves what she's achieved.
Well, we wait for Vahine's score to come in there. Good luck for the rest of the heat. I know you guys are super nervous and you want to focus on the water, so thanks for that. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. The famous South African hospitality. Vahine Fierro has been enjoying that. It's been serving her well. Of course, finals here last year. Back for finals day this morning in a semi right now with a good number dropping, actually. She's going to get the high score for that combo of turns that she finished just in front of the rocks. And it will be just stretching out the numbers a touch here when this comes through. We're just waiting for one judge to lock it in. But it's going to be above that mid-range number into that good range for Fierro. Meanwhile, Medina, she's been at this. She's caught 4 waves already so far. She had a little trip up the rocks. She's nudging her scores up too. So number in for Fierro, 6.33. And an improvement for Sophia Medina, the 5.5 for her. There's the spread from the panel for Vahine. And just looking at that number, look at the type of surfing she did. You feel that she really connects with one. That was decent. Maybe not the speediest we've seen from her. She can go right up the scale again here because she's got plenty more in the tank.
This is Vahine's go-to strategy through this event, sticking to the formula. Get that first wave. Choose a good first wave. That's what she's done. The best first wave, the best shaped wave. We saw it yesterday with that first ride. A bit of patience. She got that 8.3 turns. Today, a good wave. Just got that takeoff set nicely into the first turn, solid second turn, and then the strong finish for the third. And now it's going to give her a platform to start going a little bit bigger, but she likes to set something nice and strong early.
Yeah, I mean, you think about confidence, Emma, and relationship with the venue. Over the last year's event and this one, she's lost 1 heat out here. That was the final last year. So that rhythm that she's got, that flow and that formula that Greg was talking about, why change it if it's working for you? She's looking really good.
Yeah, she's looking strong. She's looking good. And I think it's a great position to be in where you feel like you can, take the slower approach in a heat and not get as busy because you just trust your ability, you trust your plan, you trust how you're surfing, and having some local insight from the Bulls who we saw. And here she picks up another one, also wider from where she got the first one. Bit of a slow start, but still cracks it off the bottom, off the top. Also right on those rocks.
Yeah, very similar kind of wave, wasn't it, to the previous one? And she'll lock that in, just conscious of the fact that her first score was just that 1 point ride for the incompletion, so that'll be gone right now, and very conscious also of those rocks as well, and just made sure she avoided them. And she will get a number in. Not Not sure if it will go as high as the 633, but it will be something significant here, and it will set up our first real legitimate total for these two. They'll both have 2 proper scores in. The requirement 384 to go to first. Decent chance of getting that.
I think so. That she really cut that last turn quite short because of the rocks, but I don't think the judges will look too much into that. But there again, sets that first turn, keeps those rails free, and then a little check and heads into the shore break. And I think she's ridden out enough of that, but obviously the rock's straight in front of her, and yeah, those rocks causing a bit of havoc this morning, so good for her to exit. But let's see if she can chase that number. I would say definitely if it's deemed fully complete on that last turn, she's got the score. If not, maybe she doesn't.
Encouraging signs from this building swell here. It has been picking up considerably further down south on the east coast of South Africa. And heading up this way, expecting that to fill in throughout the day. Might get a touch of wind as well come with it at the moment. Touch wood. Things are pretty light and smooth and clean out there. And some good looking conditions up and down the coast here at Ballito. And more opportunities for these surfers to come through. Much more consistent with this rising swell so far. Here's Medina with a bit of drive. And she's got a section, a good section. Great hit from her, but she gets exploded. And that would have been a big number coming her way. That was really aggressive surfing from her. I love the fact she's taken on the lip there, but unfortunately, from her point of view, can't stomp that.
That's been her go-to in this event, those big finishing turns. They've been impressive and really stood out for the judges. And again, she's also at this point of competition, sticking to the routine, sticking to the game plan, what's worked. And both these surfers really surfing to their strengths here.
Medina on the way, heading back out. Just another chance to think about this end section. What happened here, Emma?
Yeah, I mean, she put everything into that end section, but I think, you know, that explosion, she almost wasn't ahead of it, and it kind of just threw her up a bit. But she went into that turn looking like it was going to be a good closeout turn. But as Greg says, that's definitely been her go-to and what she's been focusing on. You can see when she takes off on a wave, you know, a lot of the first part of the wave is like basically to set her up for that.
All right, it looked like just then that white was just exploding up from underneath there. She got most of that done. Great looking maneuver though. Love that approach. Meanwhile, bit of scoreboard news. Looks like that last turn was deemed incomplete for Fierro. So between a rock and a hard place in terms of whether she completes that maneuver and goes into those rocks, she decided quite wisely, I think, prudently, to get out. But the judges said, you know what, we're just going to score that first turn. So the 2-3-3 in for her. She's still in second at the moment, just under 17 minutes.
Yeah, and the judges have been very consistent with that completion. They want a clear ride out, and I think they stick to that. They've been harsh, I think, this year at this event, which is fine, but they've stuck to the harshness. They haven't changed their consistency, and at least that's a good sign. Stick to how you're judging, and that's, yeah, it's very simple. You got to ride out clear. Maybe even one little pump after your turn to go, hey, I've really ridden out of this turn.
Sophia Medina at the moment in the lead in this one. The high score is with Vahine Fierro. Just over 16 minutes to go in this. It's finals day on the Challenger Series in South Africa. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the first semi-final for the women. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. Getting ready for the second semi-final for the women. Tessa Thyssen of France going through final preparations there. She's bringing the backhand attack throughout this event, and it served her to great effect. She's been ripping throughout here. She's on the cusp of a big, big finish, taking on the young American Bella Kenworthy in the second semi. And it will be really interesting to see how those two approach this with a building swell. We dialed back a touch yesterday, and there's more energy in the water. Expect that to continue throughout as we go towards the next couple of hours before we crown champions. Let's have a look here at Sofia Medina. Good looking right-hander for her. Opens up, nice carve, really cool rail work from her. And she'll clean that up with a hit into the lip. So a good combo from her. That wave was a runner. Didn't go all the way down into that heavy shore break section. It's more just a tapering corner. Sharp surfing from Sofia there.
Yeah, that was, and it was nice to see that there was a bit more focus on that first turn. You could see she completed that first turn. It wasn't all about, you know, racing to the end section. I think the judges like to see making use of the whole wave. Oh, and I mean, that was a one-hit wonder from Sofia.
I like what you said there, Emma. I agree with you. That first, we have seen her click and then go for that heavy hitting finish. And as you mentioned, that previous wave in the break, really pushing through that first turn, getting a bit of a layback and then the finish. So I think she's going to be attacking a great score on that one.
Busy approach here from Medina at the moment. It's paying off. She's in the lead. Of course, we will be shuffling up the ratings here on the Challenger Series for the women. And a number in, 557 for Sofia Medina. So an improvement from her. Let's have a look at the top 10 on the Challenger Series. This is where we're at. So you can see Vahine Fierro right now in the water in 5th place. So this is as of this morning before this heat started. And you can see our other two semi-finalists in 7th and 10th. Sofia Medina this morning when the horn went to start this heat in 11th. So just out of those top 10 coming into this. However, obviously that'll change if things remain as they are in the water where Medina is leading this one. So big opportunities, of course, just 5 spots available here, Emma. So the likes of Bella Kenworthy, she's really close to that top 5 at the moment. Well, between her and Tessa Thyssen, both of those, this will be huge depending on where this next heat goes.
Yeah, this is huge. And like I said yesterday, Ballito is always an exciting event because you can have a bit of a slower start on the Challenger Series and then you get to this mid-year event and you kind of think, oh, okay, wait, maybe there's more hope than I realized going into the next few events. But yeah, these semi-finals are important.
Quite interesting to see the spread of the flags there as well. Not really one dominant nation or region in those top 10 ratings. Quite a cosmopolitan affair thus far. Here's Bella Kenworthy, the young American, just getting the tunage on. And looking at conditions out here, really just sizing up her sections. She's been exciting. And she's been able to find opportunities out here in this lineup through a variety of conditions that we've had throughout the week. Looks nice and clean currently out there. There's some good waves coming through and some nice sections to hit, combinations of turns or one big hits. It's been the choice for our surfers throughout. Judges been paying off on both at the moment. It is Medina who's able just to turn up a little bit of pressure with that 5.57, put a little more distance on Fierro. She's improved her backup number with that 4.47, but at the moment, she's chasing a number. It came just under. There's a mum. Slightly nervous moments for her. She'll be very much used to that, though. Meanwhile, Medina not hanging around. A little bit of wobble on this one, though. Will she hit this? And she'll blow out that back foot and the tail, and that'll be an incompletion for her. 10 minutes and 20 to go in our first semi-final here at the moment. It is the surfer out of Brazil, Medina, heading towards the final. That is not a big requirement, though, Greg. And Fierro, with the experience that she's already had, I think she'll be pretty confident about finding that high 4.
Yeah, she's got 10 minutes, so lots of time. I mean, she would want that 4 fairly quickly and just to just feel better, make her mom a lot calmer on the beach, I'm sure, getting that score and going to first. But again, you also don't want to rush it. You want to get the right wave, make sure you stamp that number properly. You don't want to just get it. You want to get that number and some, and throw a lot more pressure back on Sophia. But Sophia is just going to keep riding waves. It's that typical Brazilian type strategy where you keep riding waves and you start making your competitor think a little bit, why is she going on these waves? Am I missing something? And maybe you make a mistake and go on something that's not going to give you that 4-point ride. But Sophia is just hunting up and down this lineup, and she's going to try and, you know, get that stranglehold on that lead.
Yeah, interesting to see the contrast in strategies. So Medina's ridden over double the number of waves of Fierro thus far in this. And that strategy, it's been a clear strategy, as you mentioned, Emma, for Vahine Fierro, just wait for a bit of quality, particularly to start her heats. You just wonder at what stage now, with priority, does she start to think, maybe mix this up, maybe I don't need to go right up the scale, I do just need to get that smaller number at the moment. She's sticking to her guns, she's dropped the anchor, she's there at the apex of the peak, waiting for one of these probably rights. The odd left coming through as well, but it has been the backhand attack that's paid off so handsomely for her throughout the week here. But she's going to have to just think on and continue to be patient now. We saw some lines come through outside and they've kind of slipped through and not really manifested in any major opportunities for Vahine Fierro. 8.5 on the clock, and those two just sitting there with different sort of thoughts going through their minds. So close to the final, you're within grasp of really a career-defining moment on the Challenger Series, particularly Sophia Medina. How hard is it to not think about getting the win right now? It's obviously, you know, we could lay it out and just think about your next wave, but how easy is that to achieve?
I think if you're really in the game, you're not thinking that far ahead. You're just focusing, and if you end up winning an event like this, you almost get there and you're picking up the trophy and you're going, that happened pretty quickly as we watch live action here.
Here goes Fierro. She's pulled the trigger and cracking the whip. Multiple hits, crucially.
And rides out of that.
She hangs on. That was really important. You'd feel that finish. Meanwhile, Medina on her left, bit of a section. She says, no thanks. That one shuts down. She will lock in priority, though, with this paddle back to the peak. So here we go. We're going to get a number for Vahine Fierro. And that requirement, let's remind ourselves, 474 is the number that she needs. Multiple turns from her. And that completion on the inside, there has been a bit of a question mark throughout about whether these waves are being ridden out of by us, particularly the way we get that explosion there. It's almost the whitewater dies a bit at the same time. Meanwhile, here goes Medina. Good looking opening section, which then goes a bit soft. She'll use the rail to whip back. And then this will double up here. Bang, into the lip with a little slide and release of the tail. And Charlie's enjoying that to a certain degree, as much as he can, while he's feeling the tension of the fact that his daughter is on the cusp of a massive result here on the Challenger Series in South Africa. So numbers to come in for each of our surfers here. Fierro's number 474. That's the requirement needed by the surfer representing France. About to head back home to Tahiti and compete in the Olympic Games for France, where she just won that unbelievable championship tour victory. Just absolutely iconic performance and result from her. Right now, looking to try and get that qualification and compete on the CT full time and not need wild cards. If she continues this sort of form on the CS, that'll happen with just those 5 spots available. It is a tall order, and a win would be crucial towards setting up that platform. It's still with the panel at the moment, and you can feel the tension ratcheting up. 6 to go. What are we thinking, first of all, about that score for Fierro?
So there was one score that was a 447, just short. So again, it all comes down to, was that last turn complete? It was tight, I thought, possibly, but it looks like it's coming in a bit short.
Yeah, it's under 333 for Vahine. She'll have to find another wave here. 5 minutes 40 to go. She'll be getting that information from our beach announcers. And Vahine Fierro has the high score in this. We are still waiting for number 4, Sophia Medina, but she does have the high score. She's still chasing. She's got priority. Looks like she looked kind of interested in a wave there. Decided not to go. Probably a good call as that one slipped underneath. That'll close out and shut down on the inside. Fierro now is doing a bit of chasing here. We haven't seen a whole lot of that, Emma, from her.
Yeah, we haven't. And, you know, both these girls have different approaches in this heat. One's kept busy, one hasn't. We've seen both of those strategies work throughout, you know, the Ballito Pro. But I think Vahine needs a wave where she's able to have an opportunity to do like a clean crack.
Oh, good looking wave here for Fierro. Watch, he got off the bottom and then just whips one, snaps it down on a slopey face again. It's a little bit lateral. She'll need a strong finish. And she put the board up, she kind of offered it up and surfed away. For sure it was a completion. Was it aggressive enough for that high four that she's required? Let's see how that goes. She's going to just punch through this shorey and paddle back out. She'll definitely try and find another wave here. That requirement, 4.74. Think about the number that just came in for Medina, her last wave, a 5.07. It's quite a dynamic finishing turn, wasn't it? Let's get another look.
Well, it's a good wave to start in this first turn, nice and strong off the top, and then another little snap back, the finish up into the lip. I think it's going to be close. It's going to be right there, isn't it? No real major turns. Kind of maybe a bit soft, but still well put together for what the wave offered. So it's going to be tight. And we would say those turns were complete. Maybe it's going to be somewhere there in the 4 range, I would say. But the one thing, it did look like a good wave when it came in, and it depends from the judge's view how good that first outside maneuver looked.
Here's Tessa Thiessen getting ready to battle with Bella Kenworthy. That's coming up in 3.5 minutes' time. Number's going to come in for Fierro. Looks like it might be under. Just didn't quite have the strong finish she would have loved. A lot of that was just to do with the wave. She had a bit of downtime into that last maneuver. Cost her a bit of speed. And she tidied things up for the finish. But it wasn't that kind of emphatic, explosive finish that the judges want to see. And it does come in under by about a point, actually. 3.77 for her. There's Bella Kenworthy. She's dialed in with her prep, and she's on the cusp, if she wins this next heat, of getting into a final here. Let's recap this opening semi-final. It is finals day here in Ballito, and it was that strong start we saw from Vahine, but since then, things not really going her way.
Yes, a strong start. She, you know, she had played the patience game and just a couple of incomplete rides, but Sophia Medina has just been very busy in this lineup, finding those single big maneuvers. She's got the lead. Can she hold on to it? She's going to put the pressure onto Vahine now in this last couple of minutes.
Fierro on a quick left. That moves her down the beach a bit. Didn't have a finish. She actually kicked out of that wave rather than doing a turn on the end. Generally, that's not great news in terms of your score, but she'll have a go here. Well, she looked like slipping under a wave from Medina's priority. In the end, she'll let that one go as well. She's still speculating in. She's still hunting a number. And you have to say, the industriousness, the relentlessness of Sophia Medina so far paying off. The busy approach up the rocks, and then straight away after that, rather than getting rattled, she stuck to her game plan, still catching waves, built up the score. She's got a lead here, and it's not a huge number, 4.74, but if you don't find a quality wave, it's hard to get those numbers. You feel like you need a banger of a finish in the shore break.
She needs to find a wave, and she just needs to swing for the hills. If it looks like it's got a bowl, even if it's one maneuver, she's got to go. Whatever opportunity comes her way now, she's got to take it. And it's going to be a tight battle here at the end. She needs to either go or make sure Sophia goes. Yeah, there we go. So Sophia on this one.
Priority Medina. She'll use it to get tuned, which will look cool, but it won't be a completion, and it won't add to her scoreline. So there's the block and that use of priority. Right now, that priority will swing back to Vahine in the lineup and looking for a 4.74. Really tense moments. We'll get down towards that final minute here. Who's going into the final of the Ballito Pro 2024? Fierro will go here, looking for 4.74. Here she is off the bottom. Nice looking wave. First crack is good. If she hits this, which she does, and she completes it.
Got it.
And you got to say, that looked a lot like the number, Emma.
That definitely did. And, you know, that other wave we saw, it felt like she wasn't able to hit it hard off the top, and there was almost like a bit of a wave in front for the closeout, whereas that she was able to do clean, proper surfing and with power and some aggression. It was, and the way she even projected on that closeout turn.
Exciting finish here. Medina will get back in the lineup. She'll just about have enough time. It's a very short paddle out here at Willard Beach, and she's back in the lineup right now. She's been assigned priority, and she'll swing here. The relentless approach from her. She doesn't like that wave. It's soft. And she'll just get out and try and find something else. At the moment, she's in the lead. We've got a strong feeling that'll change when the score comes in. Here we go, Medina. A dramatic finish. Stands up with about 10 on the clock. Hammers a section. It's a big, cupped out, hollow section. And she tags that thing. And there's been absolutely no lack of commitment from her She's trying to give it a little extra as well. And the number in for Fierro, it's a big one, and that's going to put a requirement on Sophia Medina. It'll be the highest score of the heat for Vahine Fierro. She brings this in. You called it, Greg. It looked like the score, just the way that stretched out, and you had a feeling if she just tags that end section, which she absolutely did, and this will put her into first place position, but we're still going to get a number in. Let's see where this puts us.
It's going to be insane, but Vahine just is calm. She's on a roll. We think about her win in Tahiti. She wants to go for the win here. Then she's heading to the Olympics in Tahiti. And let's put aside that she's surfing for Team France. She's Tahitian. She's probably ridden at least 1,000 times more waves than any other Olympic surfer. Vahine means Polynesian woman of Tahiti. Put that all aside, she's the best surfer out at Chopu, probably the best woman surfer ever at Chopu. And she's on a roll, and she's heading towards something special. And wow, last, 30 seconds, she put that wave together to get the highest score of the heat.
Our first finalist is in that 7:07. She made her crew nervous and made them wait as well. But it's those clutch situations in those tight moments. And not just getting the score, but getting it by some measure as well. So calm under pressure, the ability to perform and deliver, and getting a big number in 7:07. And what a way to get yourself through into the final here again. Back-to-back finals in South Africa for Vahine Fierro. And she's absolutely delighted with that. You have to say hats off to Sophia Medina. Her first semi on the Challenger Series. She competed relentlessly throughout that. She put board and body in jeopardy going up the rocks. She built up decent numbers, and she put a requirement on Fierro.
A happy and relieved smile. It's definitely a bit of both in that, and that was pressure. And wow, what an exciting heat. Unbelievable nerves of steel, though, to just be able to hang it out and then just whack that. That first turn was amazing, but that last turn, so critical in such an intense situation, was really pretty epic.
Our first finalist is set for the women. It will feature Vahine Fierro. Who's she going to face? It'll be either Bella Kenworthy or a French surfer, Tessa Thiessen. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring Geek Cilias into the studio with a very special guest. Stay tuned.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to finals day of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. The Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill, the third stop, and a big finals day as you join us for the show this morning. It's a good morning from the coast of South Africa. Geek Cilias and Emma Smith, and now proudly welcoming onto the set. One of the best of all time, one of the long-serving pictures of women's professional surfing. Sally Fitzgibbons, welcome in, and of course, welcome back to South Africa again.
Good morning, guys. It's a pleasure. That was just better than a shot of coffee. How's the end of that heat? That was crazy.
Bit of verbal caffeine as we get the show rolling this morning. Of course, women's semi-finals already ticked off. But Sal, before we dig into the action in the water, another successful visit. You would have liked to have been part of finals day, but a 5th place finish, you'll take it in your campaign for 2024.
Oh, always gigs. I think as surfers, we're always known for like wanting that little bit more, don't we? Like we could do that a little bit better, or we could surf that wave, or be in that position. We're trying to, predict the future really, and sometimes you just don't get it right.
Well, framing up semi-final number 2 here this morning at the Ballito Pro, Tessa Tyson comes here ranked 16th. She'll take on Bella Kenworthy, the young teenage sensation out of San Clemente, California. It's a good morning if you're just with us for the show. And great to have you here, Sally. And of course, just want to take a quick pick as we'll dig into the semi-final as it unfolds. But just to pick your brain a little more, you spoke of ditching out at the quarters, and your immediate response to Emma's beach interview was reset, refocus, and stay involved mentally. And that is a picture not only from your journey here in Ballito, but it's for the Olympics as well. You're not part of it this year. We will talk about that as this semi-final unfolds. You'll get to watch everything that unfolds, not here just today, but in the Olympics as well. And, you know, as a former participant, just a quick emotional take on that as we're just a few weeks out from the Olympic start.
Oh, for sure. Excuse me. The Olympic journey is one that's so deep. We see Tessa taking off on her first ride.
Now let's get the first wave of semi-final number 2 underway. It's been fundamental, rock-solid surfing on the backhand for the entire field, and no one's been doing it with more power than Tessa Tyson as she just gets that scorecard turning over. We see a small 2-pointer in the scoreline already for Bella Kenworthy. You're with us here in Ballito, warm water. Of course, the Indian Ocean, that Mozambique current coming from left of screen just continues to usher down this crystal clear water this time of year. The Dolphin Coast, as we affectionately call it, in the Quatacuza region. And Sally, just back to all those questions, and we just value your time here, and thanks for making space for us. Just reflecting on that upcoming Olympics quickly as we get a chance to chat about it in between waves here in the semi.
Well, it's just that passion that runs deep, and competing in those ISA events and Olympic qualification. I get to meet a lot of these surfers while I was still on tour, and you see the likes of Tessa. She's competed for France, and we see Bella stroking into this one, a little left back into the rocks.
Let's have a look at a spicy backhand turn for the teenager from San Clemente. Of course, making the journey here with father Jason. Lots of stories to talk about for the Kenworthys as they're making a bit of a trip here to South Africa this year. They won't be packing bags at the end of today. Once we wrap up the finals, they'll be in and around wanting to give Bella Kenworthy that experience of J-Bay. Of course, Sally, you were down there, part of the speciality event. So much fun a few weeks ago. And Bella's going to go down there and sample some of that for herself.
Oh, why not? There's so much to offer here in South Africa, and being down there J-Bay with the family, that was so special to me after 20 odd years of traveling. We hadn't all been to South Africa together, so going and seeing the sights and then just getting magic J-Bay, just a couple of us out, just to see those lines wrapping around the corner, and it's the community, it's the people. We see a quick replay, and Bella's been sticking these end turns all week, but right now she's feeling, it's the start of the heat. You got the energy, the edge, and you're coming towards those rocks. I don't think we talk about that enough. Where we're surfing these heats, it's like a ping pong battle between those rocks. As you're going towards them, you have them in one corner of your eye, and it can get a little distracting. You're just kind of getting a lot of reverb or backwash. So as we've seen all week, those end turns are really highly rewarded, and I think it'll be pretty clutch. You sort of have to make those, I think, to progress through this one.
Well, we might pull back the tape for Bella Kenworthy's last ride as a talking point. Emma, Sally and I were just having a quick chat before we jumped in here with you. The makes at the end, you've got to really emphasize that you've made that maneuver, and perhaps there the judges hung a question mark on that. We'll pick up on that thought shortly. Still plenty of time to go here in the semi-finals. We have established our first finalist. You could argue one of the informed surfers of 2024. Vaheen Ferro is about to repeat her finals here in Ballito.
Baheen, what a close heat. You had everybody on the edge of our seats here on the beach. Such a close heat. But you came away with a win and you're into the final of the Ballito Pro.
Yes, I'm really grateful for this moment. I was able to kind of at the end make it happen, and it's never over until the end. Even Sophia got her last wave at 10 seconds left, so I knew coming up against her it was going to be a good battle, especially in these kind of waves. So yeah, very, very grateful I made this heat.
You've got a story behind the board that you rode in that heat. It's your lucky board for Ballito. You haven't ridden it since last year, and it actually had a crease on it that a local ding repair guy has sorted out for you. Tell us about that board.
Yes, last year I was riding the board I'm riding today, and I creased it last year in my free surf, and I got it repaired by Lucky. His name is Lucky, and then I knew that the board was a good board, so I kind of kept it on the ice and then pulled it out for this event, and it's been going really well.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the final as you go and prepare now. Fantastic surfing, and it's great to see you on the charge in Ballito.
Thank you so much.
Back-to-back finals for Vaheen Firo here in Ballito. Definitely becoming a favorite stop for her. Of course, staying with Sophie Bell and family, and she is into another finals here in 2024. And Sel, she'll be feeling good about that as she just settles out and watches and waits for the winner of this particular heat right now.
Oh, just watching that smile makes me smile. Don't you think, Emma? It's like one of those things, like, it just oozes out of you. Like, to get those things right under pressure, and especially clutch performance where you have to make that last ride. And you come out, you see your family and your team, and, like, even inside, like, it's been 20 years of chasing that feeling, and you learn to love the other side of it just as much because that provides the growth as well. But yeah, you just see that, and like all the competitors that have showed up this week, they have a big desire to be that person, and all of them sitting there watching the semi-final, I just encourage them to keep going because like they're all incredible surfers, but it's just a situation you find yourself in, and if you can navigate through this draw, and good on Vaheen, she's had an amazing week.
Key points in the mental journey in the booth here with us, Sally Fitzgibbons. And of course, so we started talking about makes and not makes in the lineup as we just get a few more sets rolling in here. 26 minutes to go. Tessa Tyson switches, and she'll smash beautifully into that. Nicely done as well. It's a bit of a softer lip. It crumpled a little, but she navigated her way through that, kept the board nice, loose and free as she builds her third score of the semi-finals. Bit of a tapered wave. What are we thinking, ladies?
I've found during the weekend, I'll throw it to you, but those lefts, sometimes it's a hit and miss on whether you can get the height on the end turn, so I'll let you take it away on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one was slightly softer on that closeout turn, but we do know it's all about the closeout turns these days. I feel like the lefts today maybe don't have as much power as we've seen the lefts maybe 2 days ago, but she landed the closeout turn. That's what we want.
Well,
tough result for you, but it's your best result on the Challenger Series. That's going to rocket you up the ratings for potential qualification on the 2025 CT. Tell us about that heat. It looked like you got injured after your third wave on those very, very shallow rocks on the inside.
Yeah, it's my best result yet, so like I'm grateful, but I really wanted, so just like hard to take it because I gave everything I had, and yeah, so I'm just happy to be here, and just grateful for my dad to be in my corner here, and we did the best result yet we have done in the Challenger, so I just try to be grateful and do see what else I need to do to make the semifinals because I really want it, and yeah, the third wave I got a little injured, like my back hurts really bad right now. I think I have like more than 5 cuts in my body like since the beginning of the event because like I've been giving everything I have, and like I really wanted like to win, really. But I think you can only make semifinals if you want to win. So it was a good result. I'm grateful, and I'll just try to focus so I can get better and better, so I can make this round.
It's been amazing having you in Ballito. You've put on such a fantastic show for us. All the best for the Challenger Series for the rest of the year.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone that I was watching and cheering, and em Brasil too. Obrigada a todo mundo que estava torcendo. É o melhor resultado meu até agora, então muito feliz, mas vamos batalhar para conseguir correr atrás de resultados melhores ainda ou continuar nessa, né? E é isso. Obrigado pela torcida e beijo.
Thank you, Sophia. Back to you guys.
Well, lots to take away from that interview. A 19-year-old young Sophia Medina. Personal best, a third-place finish will stand her well here in the Challenger Series leaderboard. But digging into that, there were a couple of things that came out of that cell. There was emotion. It nearly spilt over. And then she went straight back to an internal fire, saying how determined she was. This is a very fast-developing athlete in Sophia Medina in 2024.
Just receiving that emotion from her, that's what I was just talking about, the other side of the coin. And I'm still, you know, dealing with my own emotion. Like, I'm fresh out of being knocked out of the event, as we see Tessa looking at this little one, but not significant, yeah. And for her to be able to formulate her feelings so quickly, and as well articulating that in English. I think my Portuguese in that moment when your heart's broken. So there's all these points of strength there, and she's standing up to the challenge and how she showed up all week. She should be really, really proud of that. And it's the desire, like we want to come to work and we want to keep working, and then it's almost like, you know, the boom gates go down and there's no more work for today, and that's hard to deal with.
Yeah, Emma, of course. So you also did that journey competing in the qualifying series, and it's about managing emotions and managing the mental space as we get Bella Kenworthy back into action here. It is the second semi-final of the Ballito Pro, and that is a useful wave in the context of scores in the lineup at this stage. Still plenty of time, 35-minute heats, and this one's got 22 remaining. But prior to that, ladies, just a peppering of 3-point scores floating around. That could nudge itself as the best score we've seen just far as we go just under the 22-minute mark.
Oh, just looking at it, it's that style of heat where in these moments as well, like I know how well both these ladies surf in their free surfing. Right here, first good tee-off turn, and the second turn, it just laid down a little on her. The power didn't have that pushback, so it was a clean finish. I think she'll love to hear that score at this point of the heat, but they've got a lot left to give. But in these moments, it's all about just getting to a point of displaying that surfing at the right time, and competition isn't always about seeing the prettiest version with a bow on it. But these guys right now, they're just trying to establish themselves, and we'll throw it to you, but it's that moment where it's still on edge, like it's not tilting either way. So it can create nerves, or it can create stability for someone who likes to wait and work their way into the heat.
Well, the ladies in semi-final number 2 will have seen what came out of the lineup in semi-final number 1, and that is what the judges want to see right there. Strong lip line. Tessa Tyson switches the direction, and she smashes into an oncoming lip, and now that will surpass the 5.33 that we've just received from the panel for Bella Kenworthy. So a heat best with the 5.33, and ladies, we feel that we could go slightly higher now because Tessa Tyson did exactly copybook what the judges want to see in the lineup.
And this one held its height. See, the first select she had, obviously she's trying to eye off that big closeout turn, but it didn't quite offer that. And that one, she looked really sturdy on her feet, really nice drive into it. I think it would be a great score to stabilise her scoreline there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we've all seen in Ballito, you know, you can find a peak that you feel like worked in a previous heat, and then one out of those two waves won't hold that or offer that opportunity, but that wave really did, you know, compared to the other lefts we've seen in this heat, that really offered an opportunity to give a good crack.
Judges' scorecard open, and we'll just sit back and allow that number to settle. We did see the replay, that strong lip line, Sally, that you mentioned there. We are expecting, yeah, the best number of the heat. 5.33 previous to that for the two-turn combo of Bella Kenworthy, but now a single slam on the forehand. The goofy-footed Tyson with a 6 will make the heat come into some kind of shape now. So both surfers with meaningful scores, both surfers still with soft backups to work on here as we go under the 20-minute mark.
They've both got a really calm demeanour, I feel, in their competitive surfing. Like right here, this point of the heat, that was really clutch, but I felt like she was going to make that right from the beginning when she took off. So at this point of the competition, they're very surfed in. They know what this bank's doing and eyeing off, and now it's just about that patience, and I feel like she stuck to her guns there and went back to something that didn't work in the previous selection.
All 5 judges in agreement. Not often you see, not often you see the entire panel. Obviously, 5 judges on duty. The computer system eliminates the highest and the lowest, and then averages the remaining 3. But all judges, all 5 exactly on point with that score as we see Tyson, now the heat leader, back into it. Just trying to nudge her scorecard forward. She's got to ditch the 3.47. On the flip side of the coin, Bella Kenworthy trying to get rid of the 3.4. So very, very close heat on paper between the two. What's not close is their age. More than a decade separates them. Kenworthy, just a young 17-year-old teenager still. Tessa Tyson, now 10 years of campaigning in and around the qualifying series picture. Of course, well, 27-year-old Tessa Tyson out of St. Bart in the French Caribbean. One of those French territories. Of course, we think of French territories, we think of Tahiti and the upcoming Olympics, lots to talk about. But Tessa Tyson's been at it for quite a long time, Sal.
Yeah, a while, but considering the journey I've had, I feel like there's just always
only
more
half
to
of
give.
your journey.
Well, that's a bit, I shared an awesome QS 1000 event final with Bella the other day and realized that I don't think she was born when I first started tour. And her dad actually was filming me at that age. And so it came full circle and you start
Kelly Slater says that about everybody.
Oh yeah, you really celebrate these generations coming through, and that's what inspires us to keep going. I love surfing against the new generations of competitors and seeing how they see things and the lines they draw on waves. And it's not a sense of that, I want to keep up with them. I want to just be on the front lines with them, and keep elevating the sport as best we can. But you look at them and you're like, okay, I still have the same desire, I feel, as those just starting, and it puts me in a good place.
Well, Sally, you've had your dad traveling with, supporting over the years. It's a great story. Of course, that is Bella Kenworthy, and she is very blessed to have a father a father by the name of Jason. Let's go down and chat with him. 16:45 on the clock. We're waiting to go down to Jason. Sally, you mentioned him there doing film work. Of course, a legendary filmmaker over the seasons. And here is his daughter, Bella Kenworthy. Steady down the face. Second snap. Let's go a little bit of that one. It's a softer, foamy pocket on the inside. Just running a set of numbers on a bit of a tapered wall, so no massive impact turn at the end of that one. But still, intention for both surfers to improve backup scores. Tyson went 4-pointer just to nudge her scorecard forward a touch. And Bella Kenworthy not chasing a big number to switch the lead over.
I feel like she's got that real attacking feel in her surfing. Like she's promoting her chest and driving through the turn. It's just that end section sometimes taking off. You can't quite tell what it's going to do on the inside. So right here, she's driving into her first turn. Looks nice, clean water. Sprays coming off the rails, all clean. And right there again, but just here, it sort of tapers, splits off. Not the most bang finish compared to that single one maneuver, but it's always tough to fit everything in 10 points, gigs and M. It's like what one has, one doesn't have. One wave height's this big, but that's a little smaller, and that's the fun of surfing. Trying to, fit it all within that 10 points and let the best surfer win the heat.
Yep, grindy heats is the story here in the second semi-final. Now fast approaching around that halfway mark. Tyson with priority in the lineup with a 10-point, and now just that switch there. So she was chasing 4.84, and she's just gone slightly over that. Bella Kenworthy, a flat 5 from the panel, almost the entire panel in agreement. And now heat situation changes for the first time in semi-final number 2. Young Bella Kenworthy into the lead, but it's still a small set of numbers. And we know that in the lineup like this, just one single serious turn on an opportunity will switch the heat in your favor. So difficult difficult semi-final result to call here at this stage.
It all hangs in the balance, gigs, and sometimes those 4.33s. Right now, with 14 minutes to go, you kind of think I want to get another one to, you kind of consider your 6 as a backup, and you want to really shut the gate, but it could turn into one of those scrappy ones. We saw Vaheen, she only needed the small score right to the end. As the time ticks down, that pressure comes up, and with a little break in the action, I reckon we touched on Jason being down there, but all the parents that are along for the ride, whether they're on the beach or watching online, I think you guys deserve a trophy, all of you. You showed up for so many of these, and we're throwing to Jason right now, so let's hear from him.
Well, talking of dad power, let's just watch Tessa Tyson here on the face snap. She's now got to find a requirement of a 4.33, so this is anyone's semi-final at this stage. A nice, neat delivery there. She finishes off in the little cove. And as the judges ponder that, let's go down and find Mark Frew. He's there with Jason Kenworthy.
I'm done. Each with Jason Kenworthy, Loyal and Waylon Kenworthy, Bella's brothers and dad. Jason, you're on the edge of your seat here. We're waiting for a score to come in. How's the heat been so far?
It's been a pretty slow heat, but she just managed to get a good one. We're pretty psyched on that. I think she should put her into the lead.
Jason, what board is she riding? You guys didn't have your boards here to start, and you had to get a board shaped specifically for the event. What is she riding out there?
Yeah, she's riding a CI Rook that we got made here. They made it in a hurry. They did a great job. It's her favorite board out of the batch. We finally got our boards. British Airways finally stepped up and did the right thing and got us our stuff. And she liked that one the best. So hats off to these guys here. They really jammed. They got it done. Then she broke a fin out, hit a rock, broke a fin out, and they fixed that in like an hour. So guys here are top notch.
Well, thank you. All the best for the rest of the heats. I know you want to focus on the water. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Great insights there from Dad, Jason Kenworthy. And, of course, all credit to the Channel Islands distributors and manufacturers here in the very region. Of course, good work there from Bella Kenworthy on a trusty little Rook 5-5. And she is in the lead here in semi-final number 2. A very close semi out in the water here. Who is going to join Vahin Fierro in the finals of the Ballito Pro? We'll find out. Stay tuned.
If you come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to finals day of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. The World Surf League's Challenger Series stop number 3. And we're in the pointy end of the program. Trust that you are enjoying it with us. Gixeliers alongside Emma Smith, and super stoked to have Sally Fitzgibbons in the booth with us as we tuck into all kinds of stories and details. And meanwhile, while we were away at break, a couple of numbers in, the heat has flip-flopped over again. Tessa Tyson fetches a 5.47 in the lineup, and she's back in action. Another tight snap from her. This one's not going to pay dividends, but a 6 and now a 5.47 in the scoreline. She has Kenworthy down in second, chasing just a 6.14. So numbers are starting to stretch. Semi-final number 2 starting to shape up here, Emma.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, they both dropped a pretty similar score. I think maybe Tessa's turns are a little bit more complete, whereas Bella's maybe she was a little bit more down the line. But yeah, 9 minutes left. We saw Vahin in the last 30 seconds, I think. And, I mean, Sophia get a wave in the last 10 seconds. Still can change.
Great semi-final number 1. If you've just tuned in, Vahin Fierro has made the finals of the Ballito Pro for the 2nd time. A very spirited performance from a young Sophia Medina. Watch out for her. She really has come into stride in 2024, and she'll have climbed the Challenger Series rankings as well. But on the other side of the draw, semi-final number 2, we're trying to find a finalist to go up against Vahin. Will it be Tessa Tyson? Will it be Bella Kenworthy? It will be Bella Kenworthy's first final. In fact, a personal best here unfolding for Bella Kenworthy. She did lose in Narrabeen to you, Sally.
That was a really ding-dong battle, really, because I'm just reflecting back now, Gigs. Okay, I'm in that heat. So it was just like a little bit, like kind of a little bit of double wind. It was all about that one big turn. So we were just trading like a single maneuver. And so that's so dependent on the section. She had a couple of sixes, and then I just found one where you could tee off and kind of get that 2 to 3 turns. And flip the heat on that, but we were just like head down, both had the desire, eyes rolling back. We have the best heats together. It was good to have one with a little more waves because we matched up same spot the previous year, but we had a big southerly come through, absolutely destroyed the lineup, and we were just gromming out and scrapping till the end. So it was good to have waves for the one in Narrabeen. Here we see Tessa paddling in.
Well, we love the Challenger Series. We love having Sally Fitzgibbons in the booth. Here's your heat leader, Tessa Tyson, just trying to keep that scorecard ticking over. She's got a better of 5.47 in the lineup. And right now, reminders, Kenworthy chasing a 6.14.
I feel as though that 5.47 was quite crucial for Tessa to lock in. As we see in the background, it looks like so many waves are coming, but it has that little bit of like wind swelly lump to it, can't really, like a cross swell. And you guys obviously being more local than me can talk to that, but it's getting that 5.47. I feel like now that pushes that requirement for Bella needing, you know, over a 6, and there's just no certainty that you get that real clean look to it. Maybe Bella can start to look and hopefully, you know, select maybe one of the larger sets and try and match that big one-turner from Tessa. There's plenty of options right now, but that just created the pressure with 7 minutes to go. So Tessa's in a great position.
Men's semi-finals teeing up, all Brazilian clash coming our way. Edward Grosjean taking on Ian Gouveia. And Sally, just talking to the surf conditions itself. It's not our usual set of sandbars here. We think of those, how good Snapper was with the long-running right-handers. We think of the crunchy beach break situation at Narrabeen. Normally, we can always boast some solid running right-handers here, but it's been a more peaky beach break type of situation in 2024 here. We put it down to the El Nino year, and of course the sand sort of accumulated in the middle of the beach here, making more lefts and a peaky right available. Big lip line for Bella Kenworthy. Single maneuver. She's trying to go into the 6s here. Sparky, nice rail drive. And, well, a critical dump section as well.
On demand, hey? I think that was a good selection from Bella. Like, she already had the 2 running waves that kept her in the 5s, and that just provides something different. The judges are looking quite a way down the beach, so they're looking back into that and would be able to see the critical section from behind. They'll see her board go up right here and see her come down with the lip line. It's something to think about. You know, 6 points for Tessa's one. It was a left, and that was a forehand version for Bella.
Quickly pulling the trigger again. The young Californian on a steeper section. 2.0, she'll do it again. And that one may be a little bit more spicy. Certainly a hollower section. Foster run through the lip itself. So judges now will be owing us 2 scores for Bella Kenworthy. And the question is, which one was worth more, and do either of them meet the requirements of the 614?
I'm going to throw a spanner in the works here, Gigs. I think the second one's a no-make. They've been so tough on this make or no-make, but I find the second one maybe, I don't know, Em, what do you think? Like,
yeah,
it was just right on the edge of a no-make.
Yeah, I mean, I think naturally I would think that was a make, but we saw in the last heat, Vaheen had, I think it was 2 waves where we thought like that was a make, and it wasn't. The judges are sticking to that, but we see a change.
And there you go, they've decided, Gigs. So they liked the 6.83 from Bella.
Well, a previous right-hander for a 6.83. The judges loved the line through the lip from the young Californian, and she switches the heat over, goes over the requirement. Let's have a look at a heat recap with both surfers hammer and tongs added here in the beach break conditions of Ballito. 5.33 early on, and then instantly answered by Tessa Tyson with a 6 going the other way. And then both of them were looking for backup scores on the right-hander.
And as we see in this recap, I know you could debate either way which one turner they like more, but Tessa was going into them and Bella going away. It sort of looks a lot more critical that way when you're sitting on the beach looking down into the lip line. So subtle differences. But yeah, as we see that last one rolling in, and it was a no make. I don't like to say that I called that because I want everyone to make their waves, and I love every turn. But yeah, they've just been so pedantic with that ride out, and that you have momentum out of the whitewash, and it was just right on the edge, right in front of the rock. And that's what I was saying, those rocks and obstacles, they're in your eye line, and you're like, oh, I'm just trying to make it. And sometimes trying to make it more puts you back in the whitewater more. So yeah, there's a lot of debate about the make no makes.
Almost an identical requirement now served against Tessa Tyson. She holds priority in the lineup and now chases a 6-1-7 herself. Bella Kenworthy, strong lip line there on the previous wave. We saw it in the recap. A 6.83 becomes the highlight score, and that's how you got to fetch good category numbers in the lineup here. We spoke of Ballito not being its typical self this year. And the other thing that we're noticing is a stronger grain of wind right to left across your screen. That new southerly wind just again brushing through as the tide drops out here this morning. Start thinking of men's competition coming up. You think of those semi-finalists. The two Brazilians, Ian Gouveia and Edward Grosjean, won't be afraid to go to the air, particularly Gouveia into the wind. And then, well, Winter Vincent taking on Nolan Raposa. We're in for a big day's action here as we'll be crowning champions here in Ballito today.
Right here, this is clutch. I'm on the edge of my seat, guys. I don't know. You guys are
all... another shot of verbal caffeine.
You're all calm. I'm like, there's 2 minutes 30 to go. And what I love about this generation, and there's a lot of wisdom, obviously, on Tessa's side here, but just sitting in this tension, and they have a really strong belief. Like Bella right there, she knew she could come back and turn the heat, but it's all about the opportunity that arises. So 2 minutes... You can see it's like that game Battleships. Tessa's anchored, and she's like, I feel that set's coming here. So let's see if she can predict the future with a little bump coming in.
Bumps on the way. 2-minute warning here in semi-final number 2. Tessa Tyson has made a final of a Challenger Series event before, back in 2022 in Brazil. Can she do it again here in Ballito? She's on the hunt for the 617, and that is a tapered wave that we feel might not meet the requirements, and that hands the priority back to Bella Kenworthy, and she has already equaled her personal best. She semi-finaled in the Challenger Series last year in Australia. Can she get a breakthrough to a final here in 2024? Under 90 seconds to go. Sally Fitzgibbons is like a box of popcorn next to me.
Well, Bella's back in the driver's seat now.
You're definitely a more calm surfer and athlete than a commentator. I will say that.
Well, this is what's going on in our heads. If you wondered what's happening out there right now, I'm only a day fresh out of the Jersey, so I'm surfing this like I'm in it. And Bella's back in the driver's seat here, but she's got to make a decision if this set comes. A minute's winding down, so it should only be one more set to come. But that's what I was saying about Tessa paddling in. She looked like it had a nice line, and then it's just, if it hits that inside, there's too much water and motion, and it goes sudsy, and it just tapered on her. And for her and her team, their hearts just sink, and they're like, oh no, that's not the score.
And here's the ugly side of things. You have the advantage of priority, as Bella Kenworthy does right now. You just blanket your opponent.
Oh, I don't even see it as the ugly side. I see this as the part of the battle. Like, you know, through the QS 1000, small conditions, through this one, a few dicey conditions. Now, you got to lock them down. This is all part of the game. And, yeah, if you can do it really well, look, you got to show your athleticism. You got to paddle hard. You got to sit on the right side of them. And Bella's doing the job really great.
Tyson trying to break away from the blanket of priority of Bella Kenworthy. The clock is going to beat the result here. You see both surfers turning. The beach horn will blow. And we'll suspect that that is just outside of, and it's an inconsequential. And it's all congratulations to Bella Kenworthy, who's going to make her first finals on the Challenger Series level. And a sound heat, all in all, by the young teenager. We mentioned 10 years separating them, just 17 years of age. The young surfer from San Clemente, California. A 6.83 and a 5.33. A great result there. But all spirit to Tessa Tyson as well. All spirit to Tessa Tyson as well. She's done a really good job of a third place finish here in Ballito. It's been a fun heat to call. But an official result now, Bella Kenworthy will be taking on Vaheen Fierro in the finals of the Ballito Pro. And Sel, it's been great to have you part of the show here. It's been great to have you back in South Africa. But you were on the edge of your seat the whole way through that semi.
Huge congrats to both women. And you could see Bella's brothers down there on the shoreline. Huge moment for her. But can't wait to watch this final. I'm all pumped up.
We love it. We trust you are enjoying the show as well. And good luck for the rest of the campaign, Sally Fitzgibbons, in 2024. We trust you're enjoying it. Stay with us. It's finals day here in Ballito, South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
It's finals day in South Africa. The Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And it is finals day here on a beautiful Monday morning in the KwaZulu region on the east coast of the continent. It's a good morning from myself, Gig Cilliers, and Mike Frew. We've been on the call. We've been working it all week long. And welcome special guest, Miguel Papu. Welcome to the show. We love having the Pupo brothers here. Many stories to pick apart as we get stuck into the first of the men's semi-finals this morning. Good morning, Miguel.
Good morning. It's a beautiful day, and I thought the waves were going to be smaller, but actually it looks like the best day so far.
Yep, the swell has bumped up a touch. We are into the low tide conditions here as we move through mid-morning. Mark Frew, just talking to what Miguel just said there, definitely a little more bump than what we thought.
Yes, in the deep water, about 8 miles offshore last night, the wind actually got up to 46 knots. And that's what's created a little bit of wind swell effectively for today. And Gigs, we were expecting that southwest buster to come through. Spoke to folks in Durban about half an hour ago, and it's just puffing. It isn't really blowing hard, so I'd expect it's going to continue like this.
It's on. Semi-final number 1 of the men's side of the draw at the Ballito Pro. Nuggety surfing from Ian Gouveia as he'll get the scorecard turning over. We do see a number in early for Edward Grogier. May pull the tape back for that. But 35-minute heats being set here for finals day of competition. And you are joining us here in semi-final number 1. Good strong score already in for the 5.33 for Edward. And we'll see where this number goes for Ian.
Look at this, he's lining things up on his backhand. A great snap, a lot of flow. He really has had a great momentum through the event, and I love how he's connecting those turns on a very short space of wave there, Gigs. And then we had Edgar Grogier. Little flatter one as it came through to the inside, but then the wave stands up and he manages to tag it twice and hammers an end section. That end section seems to be the emphasized section that the judges are looking for. Ride that out clean with flow off that lip, and it seems to go into the better scores.
Absolutely. So judges' scorecard open for Ian. We'll wait for that number to land as we compare opening rides in the boxing match. That is to get the 2 top scores per surfer. And, well, let's chat a little bit about Edward. Miguel, Edward Grogier, already 28 years old. He's been on and off, in and out of the competition scene for a while as we see him just activating here again. We saw him do this yesterday perfectly. He went into some excellent category scores, and one of them, I think, went as high as a 9 yesterday, Mike. But Edward Grogier, rock-solid surfer. your fellow countryman Miguel. Good to see him having a career best here in Ballito.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer since he was a little kid, and he used to ride the same team as me when we were younger. And after that, he kind of disappeared for a little bit, and my dad started helping him with boards, and then brought him back. And after that, he did all himself, start competing and doing well and getting sponsored and everything. So it's a funny little story that my dad and my mom kind of helped me on the way back, and I'm pretty stoked to see him right here.
And Miguel, I think of campaigners like Edward Grogier this year, sort of in and out of the jersey. I think back a few years to William Cardoza, surfers that have had to sit back, regroup, and come back again. And a strong push from Edward. We remember William Cardoza making a finals here in Ballito. I think it was to Jack Freestone a couple of years back. And yeah, is there a similarity in the storyline for both of those surfers?
Definitely, like after a few years not competing and not knowing what you're going to do, I think that really makes your mind stronger. And now he's probably like, now I'm back, and now this is it, this is what I want, and this is what I'm going to do. And I think he's going for it, He's been doing that for a couple of years now. He's been on a challenger, getting good results, like really shocking people with the airs and good turns. And I feel like this could be the year for him.
Edward Grogier campaigning solidly on the Challenger Series rankings of 2024. Let's have a look at the top 10 picture. That's how it looked as we arrived. The white stripes are still in. Ian Gouveia taking on Edward Grogier here in this first semi-final. You see a couple of shifts happening there. Miguel Pupo sitting us next to it, dropping perhaps just out of the top 10 picture. Hirata O'Hara's performed well. M-Rod is still in the picture. Those Australians with their wins apiece, Mikey Madonna and Geordie Lawler out early here in Ballito. And, well, your brother Sam Pupo hovering up at the top, but look who's threatening and could very well exit Ballito here as #1 on the Challenger Series, Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, he's doing really well. He started off with 2 quarterfinals and is already on the semis. He's having a good run. I know he made some decisions at the beginning of the year, not competing in the regionals, not competing in a lot of events in Brazil, and just focusing on the challengers, and it seems to be working.
Well, both mature competitors in Edward Grogier, 28 years of age. This man here, Ian Gouveia, now 31 and still solidly campaigning here on the Challenger Series. And a brilliant run through Australia, and we'll talk more about that as he just looks for the inside T section. Lovely knifing turn, accentuated there as well. Taps the confirmation that, yes, I've made this wave. We've seen a lot of scores sort of hang on the balance there, guys, with makes and no makes. We had Sally Fitzgibbons in the booth earlier, and she also spoke about there's a number of scores where you think the numbers come, but you haven't emphasized the make. Ian making sure that he shows the judging panel that that is a solid make here in semi-final #2.
He's looking super confident here in Ballito, and he's got a big smile, and every heat he's got more and more in the zone. I like how he uses that first 2 sort of turns to set up the end section, which really was the big money turn of this wave, and he hammers it with style, but also a lot of speed. He drifted right over the back of that lip, and I like the way he jumped off the he almost like celebratory little wave there for him, and confident surfing, very strong.
There's a tangible new energy to Ian Gouveia in 2024, that is for sure. Let's have a look at his opponent, Edward, slamming into an end section of his own. So, broken beach break conditions here. It's not our regular longer running right-handers. We've seen multiple peaks here. Classic beach break conditions, but we've still been getting excellent scores all event long, Mark.
We sure have, and interesting to see, Gigs, how the guys have been switching boards in heats. Edgard in particular, he was riding a red board in some of his earlier heats. I'm just having a look there. I'm not sure if he's got the red one or the blue one in this heat. What, Miguel, what's the difference between those 2 boards? He's got that blue one and the red one. I've seen you guys carrying it around. What's the dimensions and the story behind those 2 boards?
I'm pretty sure they're pretty similar. Just one is a bit thicker than the other one. And I think he's riding the thicker one right now. It's probably because he wants more speed. But he looked good on the red one as well. I think he got those boards just before coming here. They got painted on the bottom. And that's why they have no stickers, because he thought there was going to be stickers there, and the guy just painted it, and there's no stickers. But he has sponsors, and some stuff on top, but that's another story. But he's been riding, he's been surfing really well. I feel like he doesn't really matter the board; it's a matter of finding the waves. And I know Ian broke his best board on the other heat, and I feel like he's riding a better one with the Kelly signature on the bottom and Aki's. So that's a bit of luck in there.
No way. Where did he get those signatures?
I think he did at Snapper because he saw Kelly and Aki on that Legends heat, and he made them sign the board, and that's the board he's riding. It's from Tatiana Western Web as well, so it's a bit of a bit of story there.
That's hilarious. We love it. Top left of screen for updated numbers here in semi-final number 1. In the meantime, let's go down and get some thoughts from the beach.
Bella, I was able to watch that from the booth. We were all literally sitting on the edge of our seats. It's your first final, your best result, and I think you're the youngest in the event.
Yeah, that was definitely a really close heat. It was, I was happy to get a couple at the end and take the win.
Amazing. And obviously, you know, going into the finals, it's a bit tricky with the rocks. You've got to really ride out those waves. What's the strategy for the final?
Yeah, hopefully get some waves that don't go into the rock so I can ride out a little bit farther. But yeah, the waves are super fun.
Amazing. Well, go rest up and good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, Bella Kenworthy into the finals of the Ballito Pro here in South Africa. She'll be taking on Vaheen Firo once we wrap up semi-finals on the men's. And we will be crowning champions in both sides of the draw. Finals day here in Ballito. We are loving the show. We've loved having everybody through the town. Of course, in the booth with me, Miguel Pupo. Think of his win over in Chopu just 2 seasons back. We'll question him about a few of those things. But his fellow countryman, Ian Gouveia, is in form in 2024. And he'll be doing things like that. And yes, that is a make in our opinion. Yes, there it is. He emphasizes it again. And was that the clutch moment of semi-final number 1 to establish our first finalist, Mark?
Wow, that was radical. I mean, he had great amplitude in the turn. He had a full rotation coming down and rode it out in the end. That's the type of surfing that we've seen in his previous heats that's launched him into the semi-final draw. A highlight for me this event so far was when he launched that straight air, grabbed the rail, and then he high-fived the water photographer afterward. It's like the Ballito version of the Kelly and Rob moment. But certainly he's got a fantastic air game, and he pulls it out there on his 3rd or 4th wave.
Miguel, what is the secret to 2024 and Ian Gouveia? Because he is looking really on point.
I feel like Ian has been surfing really well the last few years, but I feel it's confidence, right? So after that air at Snapper, it's pretty crazy, and I feel that his confidence level went up, and now he's making everything he's trying. So I feel like that confidence level, it's up the roof, and you can see, you know, he's throwing to the air like with the wind, no grab, and he's like making sure he's just making the turns, and it's all happening. You know, that wave for me was the turning point of the event for him, because it was a hard heat, everyone was getting scores, and he needed a score, and he pulled the air. So that's a crazy moment where I think he shifted back into the event and started doing well again.
Well, Ian Gouveia switches the heat over. Judges will bring a big number to the scorecard. 2 judges have gone 9.5s, and we'll average it out at a 9.175 opinions. Computer removes the highest and the lowest. An excellent category score, one of the single best waves of the Ballito Pro thus far. And a massive turning point, and he hands his fellow countryman Edward Grosjean a combination to pick apart here as we go down to just over 21 minutes. And as I say that, straight back into action again. Gouveia just sharking through the lineup, looking for every opportunity. And of course, Miguel, you were just saying there's just a confidence to him this year. Let's see how Edward can answer. And that is a throwaway right there. So advantage Ian Gouveia here in semi-final number 1.
That's a huge advantage, you know, having a 9 on the semifinals, and that gives you a lot of confidence as well, you know. So Ian must be buzzing right now out there, and I know he wants to go left, especially with this wind too. So I know Edgar is really good on the backside airs as well, so that's a danger factor right there. It's still 20 minutes to go, so it's just a matter of finding the ramps.
Miguel, if I can ask you, there's a family connection between the Pupos and the Gouveias. And if I'm not mistaken, Fabio Gouveia used to surf in the old Gunston 500 back in the day. And he was a big favorite in Durban. We had a lot of people that used to come watch him. What's the connection between
the Gouveas and the Pupos?
It's a long story, you know. Like I remember my dad competing against Fabio in Brazil a lot, and I was always hanging out on the competitors area, and so was Ian and his brother and his sister as well. And so we know each other for a long time, and we became close the last few years, which is nice. And I know when I won Chopo, he was crying. He sent me a video of him crying. So he said that was the only time he cried ever. So it's pretty funny because he didn't even cry when his daughter was born. So we have a good connection there, and he was crying the day I won Chopo, and I'm really happy for him to see he doing well, you know.
Well, we're seeing where Edward Grogier is trying to take his focus here. He's got to find some top-end numbers of his own now. 15.34 combination to pick apart here. So he's got to get himself a good category score of his own to work with. 19.5 on the clock. And Mickey just talking to that point again of the emotions, talking of Fabio Gouveia. Mike, you mentioned that he's been here campaigning. It's great to see that second generation of surfers. It's a common story. And as we ponder all of these things, let's go down and find Emma Smith in the lineup. Where is she?
Obviously, we're down here with the Brazilian boys. It's a stressful heat. They've got 2 friends out there. How are you feeling?
Not stressful, to be honest. We already know we're going to have one of the Brazilians in the final, so we're very stoked. Every contest this year, we had one of us in the final, so it's been pretty fun to watch. The whole event, we've been cheering for each other every single heat, and we got another final to go for, so we're happy.
Amazing. And Kaya, are you feeling the same? How are you feeling?
Yes, it's just I feel like for Brazil it's so hard for us to be here, you know, like the dollar exchange and like everybody goes through the same thing, like just really good to see the boys succeed and be in the final, make that points, make that money, and keep the dream alive to be on tour. That's be on tour is like where everybody wants to be, and those boys are getting it done.
Amazing. Well, enjoy the rest of the heat, supporting 2 mates, and back to you guys.
Well, that tight Brazilian crew, we often speak of it. Think of Ian Gouveia. When he first came on the scene, we started seeing his name really starting to be showcased back in around 2011. Of course, Jadson Andre brought that push through in 2010. But Caio Belli on screen there, of course, a young Felipe Toledo at the time. Names like Pedersen, Crisanto, they were all part of the charge along with you, Miguel. And, well, a little rodeo clown flip there. We're starting to see this is, an urgency now to Edward Grogier. And, Miguel, what should he be doing right now in this situation? You've got to go to a whole reboot and start building scores. He's just got to breathe it out and start again.
Exactly. You just got to hit the reset button right there. But that's hard for Edgar. I feel like sometimes he's a busy guy. He likes to catch a lot of waves, and he doesn't use much of his strategy in the heat. And I feel that's hard to compete against him as well, because you never know what he's going to do. But right now for him, I think it's a hard one, because he has to do something that he has never done in the event before. So, like, sit down and wait for a good wave and really pick the right ones. And I feel like for him, if he wants to be in the final, he has to do that right now.
And also, if you compare the two surfers, Ian does have more reps in the contest jersey. We think of those years along with you on the championship tour. So this is where that competitive experience really will navigate itself in the story of the semi-finals here. An exciting all-Brazilian semi-final. An all-youth semi-final will be coming up next. Lots to talk about here. We trust that you're enjoying finals day in Ballito. Stay with us. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Finals Day at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series here in Africa. It's a good morning from myself, Gig Cilliers, and Mike Frew on the call, and joined by special guest Miguel Pupo. Wonderful to have you here. Great to have your insights as well in an all-Brazilian semi-final.
Yeah, thanks you guys for having me, and it's an exciting one. Still 15 minutes to go and a lot of heat to unfold.
Yep, while you're away, no updated scores. Top left of screen for the exact numbers, 917 and a 617 for Gouveia. We're speaking of the more competitive and more experienced Ian Gouveia in a situation. Edward Grogier, we were discussing what he needs to do now to unlock a combination of 15.34. And we are establishing our first finalist here. If you're just joining the program, we will crown champions on both women's and men's sides of the draw. And women's final already established. A young Californian in the name of Bella Kenworthy will be taking on someone that loves Chopu as much as you do, Miguel Popo. Of course, Vaheen Firo. And, well, we're looking forward to that. And, geez, what an all-rounder she has become. And as we're just watching Edward, he'll be sharking and looking for every opportunity in the lineup. And Miguel, while we got the opportunity to just kind of pick a few topics with you, let's talk briefly about that win of yours at Chopu. It was a long time coming. I mean, you served many years in the championship tour jersey. Let's just watch Edward here. Can he find a big number? That's a nice huck. Gets it done. Into the pocket here. Is there a last little statement on the end? All the points from that will come, and he's got a better. He's got to start going into at least a 7. 6s or 7s to unpick that score. Let's go back to that question. Chopu, 2022. Miguel Pupo gets the win.
Yeah, it was definitely a happy moment for me. You know, it took me 10 years to finally get my hands on the trophy on that level. You know, I've been winning on the Challengers. I think I got 5 or 6 wins on the Challenger already, and I was needing that one on the big tour. You know, and it took me 10 years, and it was a special place. You know, if anyone told me like, you're gonna wait 10 years to win Chopo, I'll take that for sure.
And of course, just a few weeks out from the Olympics. I mean, what about Vaheen Firo's campaign this year? I mean, she's been selected as a wild card 3 years in a row, semis twice. She was always going to get to that #1 slot. And, well, she got it this year. What a crazy story.
Yeah, she was destined to do that. You know, she's the queen out there. And then I think this year what made the difference was having Jeremy in her corner and really picking the right waves and sitting on the right spot, you know, because we know she has the talent. So she was just a matter of like having that, you know, not bigger mind, but outside mind of a guy that has won in the most prestigious waves ever, like Jeremy won Pipe, won Chopo, so he knows how to ride those waves, and having him in the corner, I think he really made a difference right there.
And Team France this year will be using Jeremy Flores as the team coach as well. Watch out for the French results. Of course, the Olympics about to be showcased starting on the 27th of August. That is just going to be so much fun to watch as we showcase our special sport. Interesting year, Mike, with a number of sports being dropped from the Olympics, baseball, softball and karate out of the Olympics in 2024. But surfing is in. And we're talking about those brilliant memories of Miguel Pupo. Let's wind the tape back for some great memories and emotional moment. And Miguel Pupo, you're going to talk over your own win here.
Yeah, it's an amazing day. You know, I woke up that morning. I knew I was going to have a tough one against Kanoa in that first quarter, and then it was kind of, so I was like slowing down. It was like in between outside reef and the inside reef. So I was riding a 6.2, and then in the afternoon it just came down to a 5.11. It was like already on the inside ledge, and I kind of picked the eyes of Kao Lee. I knew he was riding this wave on the inside ledge, and that was against Kaya. I got a couple sixes right there, and then in the final it was a dogfight. You know, Kali is really good out there, and that was the wave that made the difference, a 9-point ride. And after that, I was just feeling the rhythm and going after the wave after wave, and having my brother in the channel, and we finished that year both on the top 10, and it was definitely a year to remember for sure.
Well, what a privilege to have you here to hear your own thoughts as we pull back the tape on that 2022 victory in Chopu. And Miguel, while we're on the topic of Chopes, really hard to pick a winner. Maybe easier to pick a winner on the women's side, but on the men's side of the draw, wow, what a stacked field. I mean, Shane Dorian coaching Team USA as well. John and Griffin Colapinto. I mean, it's just going to be an incredible showcase when the Olympics comes round in a short while.
Definitely, you know, some heavy names on the channel and in the water, you know, but yeah, I got to pick Gabriel out of all those guys, you know, just because he has won that event so many times and so many finals. And he's, for me, the favorite, but we know all the names that are in there, John and Jack, and even João Chianca, he's looking really good out there as well. We've never seen him in the jersey for a while now, but I feel Gabriel is probably the number one pick for me, just because he's so consistent of putting scores and finding the barrels.
We love the insights and opinions of Miguel Pupo, a man that has experienced firsthand hucking over the ledge at Chopu. I mean, what a moment. Getting barreled like that, getting paid for it, I mean, that's just a pinnacle moment in any human's life.
Yeah, I feel like that's a dream, you know, just to surf that perfect wave. And we had a couple big days on that event too, so I had a chance to surf by myself with just another guy and get 10-foot barrel. It's pretty nice.
We love it. You're far too calm about it, Miguel. And well, of course, we all shared that with you, and what a moment. And we'll be seeing lots of that with the upcoming Olympics. Interesting as well, Mike, that the Challenger Series will bookend, because when we wrap up here in Ballito, the next global event is the Olympics. And then after that, the Challenger Series kicks off with stop 4 over in Huntington Beach, California.
Yes, for sure, Gigs. The Olympics actually kicks off in 18 days' time, so it's literally around the corner, maybe 2 weekends. And then, of course, that will be the focus of the surfing world. And then we go on to the next Challenger Series into at Huntington Beach. And at this stage, it looks like Ian Gouveia is potentially going to be right up there, potentially leading the ratings after this heat, or we'll see in 7 or 8 minutes' time. Giggs, I was just thinking, Miguel, while Miguel was talking, you know, it's such an honor to have surfers of your caliber here at the event. Today, I've been on the other side of two surfers of absolute surfing royalty. If you take the Pipe Masters and the Tahiti event, they are flagship or flag events, you know, of the WCT. And we have Vahin Fierro, event winner, here today with us on the beach, and we've got you, Miguel, here with us in the booth. And growing up as a Grom with posters of Pipeline and Chopu on my wall, it really is an honor to have people of your caliber here with us in Ballito.
Thank you, guys.
We love it. We love it. I'll tell you somebody that's not loving it right now, Edward Grosjean. He's still stuck down in the 5s there, unlocking the combination during our discussion. Did manage to fetch a number, but just chipping it into a requirement of a 9.91. We haven't seen anything that high. It's hard to almost argue, is there a perfect 10 out there? Could be like one of those just absolutely massive coil sprung moments off the lip there. We saw Edward Grosjean fetch a 9 in the lineup yesterday, Mike, with a single rotation air. Let's have a look at the heat recap here in semi-final number 1 of the Ballito Pro. Quick out the gates for a 5.33, and still a counting score for Edward Grosjean, who's found his way to a personal best not only here in Ballito but also in the Challenger Series for the year. But Ian Gouveia has been quick, tight and sparky in 2024. Quarter-final appearances in both Snapper and Narrabeen, and here he is pushing hard for a berth in the finals in Ballito, and his surfing has been fizzy and on point, Mark.
I love that rotation. I loved how he tweaked it out as well. You know, it wasn't just a full rotation there. He actually had a little bit of a twist in it as he came around that section. Edgard going for the same type or a rotation maneuver as well, but you feel like he needed to ride out of that one with speed in order to generate a little bit more of a score on that wave.
Gets that tail very high. Reminds me of how Jack Freestone used to punt off the lip as well. Edward Grosjean has been fetching excellent scores through the Ballito Pro. He now finds himself here in semi-final number 1 and having to dig deep here in this opening of the semis. We spoke of Ian Gouveia, more experience, of course, in the championship tour jersey through 2016, 27 and into 2018, Ian Gouveia. And, well, he's really leaned on all that experience here in the Challenger Series of this year. As I mentioned, personal best for the Challenger Series season for Ian Gouveia. Can he go all the way and get a win? We feel speculatively that he very well may be able to. He will have the most experience in the final if he gets there, because on the other side of the draw, 2 young surfers in the form of Winter Vincent and Nolan Raposa. And it makes for a great story here as Edward Grogier goes back to the sky, incomplete, just really forcing the issue here. And you can feel his pressure here with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it, and then you can see on the number of waves of Ian and Edgar right there, and Ian's definitely taking, you know, just surrounding Edgar and making sure he's not catching any good waves on his watch, and I think that's really smart. That's experience, you know. We know after a 9-point ride and a 6, you just need to take the opportunities from Ed and just be around him and make sure he doesn't get a good wave. And I feel like the winds is playing a big part on this heat too, because Edgar has been going to the right, and the wind is better to the left today. So I feel like Ian woke up this morning with a big smile on his face, definitely for sure. Like walking down the beach and just feeling the wind to the left, he's probably pretty happy, and that's why he took the opportunity and landed that huge air.
Well, Mark, we spoke of that as the semi-finals started unfolding. We just saw a little bit of a wind grain going right to left across your screens. And Ian Gouveia will just switch up direction now. He found the 917 going left, got the spicy backhand. He knifes that one through, just blocking out Edward Grogier and handing the priority over to his opponent. Clock is moving quickly now as we start drawing to the tail end of semi-final number 1. We're slipping up to just over 3 minutes to play. And definitely no points improvements here for Ian Gouveia, but all credit to him. That was only 7th wave in the lineup. Miggy, you mentioned we've got into the 13 and 14 wave count for Edward Grogier here. It's still not finding the solution.
No, it's pretty hard, you know, when you're like against the watch and against the wind and everything, you know, because that's how you feel when you're in the water and then things are not going your way. It feels like you're paddling heavier and you're moving heavier and things are not going right. But I feel he's going to find a left right now, and here he comes.
Well, 17th wave of the semi-finals for Edward Grogier. Big, solid surfer. And he'll go to the air. There we go. Just incomplete landing on the coping and just not getting the rumble into completion. You see his frustration now visible. 9.91 requirement for Edward. But as we mentioned, a very good campaign, a good visit. This could be, well, his best number of 2024 prior to this. Just having a look at what Edward has found in the lineup. He didn't get great numbers out of his Challenger Series in Australia. 49th at Snapper, 17th at Narrabeen. And here is somebody that has had everybody in the palm of his hands. Arguably a crowd favorite along with Winter Vincent. Both young surfers in semi number 2 coming up have been in fine form, and it brings an opposing story. The older, experienced semi-final number 1, the young, effervescent, overflowing youth of semi-final number 2.
Yeah, and also you have the goofy footer versus the regular footer in each. But I think that these 2 youngsters here could put on potentially a bit of an air show after having a look at what is getting the 9s out there. They would have seen, okay, he landed that, got a 917. That's what the judges are awarding super high. And these 2 youngsters, we know they can both punt pretty hard.
Coming up now to 1 minute to go in semi-final number 1. We're almost establishing a first finalist on the men's side of the draw. Of course, we have achieved that on the women's side. Vivian Ferrer taking on Bella Kenworthy. And it's going to be a Brazilian in the finals. And, well, just testimony to the good energy, to the good flow, that group traveling together. Of course, great to have Miguel Pupo in the booth as well, just for those insights. Some great personal memories as well. And, yep, it's going to be a Brazilian in the final. Ian Gouveia, just 30 seconds to confirm. 9.91 is a big requirement here. We're kind of not sure how he's going to do it with the priority in favor of the more experienced Ian Gouveia. And what a 2024 our man from Porta de Galinas is having. And he's going to pick, we'll split the peak, so we'll stay with the action with Ian Gouveia ripping with energy. And now punting to the air, just goes incomplete. And on the other side, 2 incompletes. And that will bring the final show for semi-final number 1 as we'll count it down. It's been a great lot of material to talk about in this first semi here, Mark.
It sure has. That aerial maneuver from Ian Gouveia was the highlights of the heat, and Edgar Grogia really staying busy. The number of waves has almost gone off the screen, and his main wave, really, their 5.33, the very first one, but not able to really get back on the scoreboard after that, Gigs.
Yeah, an official result, but all credit to Edward Grogia on screen. He has found his way to a 3rd place finish here. He'll be rocketing up that Challenger Series leaderboard. And Ian Gouveia is on his way. We have a finalist in Ian, and it's just been such a privilege to have everybody with us on the show, and it's been a real privilege to have Miguel Pupo with us as well. We trust that everybody is enjoying the show. Miguel, good luck for the rest of the Challenger Series. Still 3 more stops for you. We trust that you stay in that top 10 picture. Everybody loves your surfing, and it's been great for... Mark's been glowing like a grom the whole way. Goofy foot grom.
Well, it's, I'm not going to win, Chopey, but I'm getting close to a winner.
Well, we love it. Stay with us. We'll be bringing in semi-final number 2. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Greg Emsley for the call. Trust you're enjoying the finals day with us here in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Epic vibes on finals day here on the Challenger Series in South Africa. Having a look at the second semi for the men. Nolan Raposa from the USA taking on Winter Vincent, the young Australian. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Greg Emsley in the studio. This matchup, mate, we've been checking out that bracket and thinking about surfers, performers, entertainers. These two have been outstanding throughout this event. Only one of them can go to the final, though.
Oh, this heat on paper, and we think about our 2 surfers, Raposa out of the US, Winter out of Australia, late afternoon into evening in Australia, a couple of Coronas being cracked open, very early in the morning in the US, a couple of fresh...
Grind the coffee beans.
Yeah, so either sides of the world will be watching this intensely. It's a beautiful matchup on paper, and I'm buzzing with excitement. Can't wait to see it.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. 35 minutes for these two to post a couple of numbers and go through to final stage. Would be a career best result for both of them. Vincent at the start of what looks to be a very promising career. Here he goes with great flow. Wow, how's that stuff? The ball control is mad good.
Oh.
And he just stomps that out with a bit of authority there. So nice flow and style, super smooth. And that's a technical turn to do, Greg.
Oh, that was just a beautiful start. And we've spoken about the style the whole event long, Winter Vincent. And we think about people in his corner. I know the folk back at Queenscliff all, I'm sure, watching and setting up for this. But you think about his coach, Mick Kane, of course, manager Rob Bain, they would have spoken about you make sure you look good when you surf, because that's number one as a surfer. And then, of course, Nathan Webster over here helping, as well as Matt Cattle. So really, it's good to see some of the Sydney boys coming through again as well. And watching this replay. So just sets it up and waits for that money section and flings that tail around, and just a perfect landing. So that's going to set the bar for this heat, and really just dynamic maneuver. And I think a lot of people around the world have got a new favorite surfer in Winter Vincent.
I mean, talk about nonchalance as well as he comes out of that, just so smooth. You don't get loads of tall men. You sort of associate surfers with being, just maybe on the shorter end of the spectrum. We always talk about that low center of gravity, don't we? You don't get a lot of high center of gravity surfers, do you?
No, not too many, but we're seeing more of them. But it's just got, that style is just fantastic. I think back, I can't quite pinpoint who he surfs like, but it's there somewhere. I've mentioned a little bit of Frankie, but Frankie's a lot shorter. And you think of the surfers out of the 90s, out of Oz, all those beautiful styles, Shane Powell, Shane Herring, and many others.
Backhand attack for the Sydney surfer. Vincent, just one quick whip for him. Judges having a good old think about that super stylish tweaked out reverse blowtail out of the lip that he did first wave. Raposa loading up here for a big punt.
Whoa.
Whips it around and stomps it. And we are on for a semi-final here. That was super sick, and he loves it. I like to see him compete with a smile on his face. And he gets an instant reply to some very nimble work on a right-hander from Vincent. Raposa on the left. We talked about that wind blowing in. Gouveia used it. Raposa's at the party here.
He's more than at the party. I think he's DJing right now. But that was pretty solid. And we saw him have that board change yesterday. He's gone on to this, it's like a black-colored board, but it's the Parzil, the Highline model. It's an epoxy, so obviously feeling good. But you saw that pop that he got out of that epoxy on this last wave. And let's just have a look at this. Absolutely flying on that epoxy, loads up. The amount of distance he covered while doing the rotation in the air. Watch here, covering 2, 3, 4, 5 meters across the wave, and the perfect landing. Oh, that's going to be a solid score.
The shrug claim is sort of a new thing, isn't it? Is that a tribute to maybe the French election? It's a little bit Gallic, the shrug, isn't it? So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see where that one goes in terms of numbers, but already the entertainment sky high in this. Number in for Vincent, 5.33 for him for his work done on the inside, and we're waiting for Raposa's number. Could well be a big one. 28.5 minutes to go in this. Let's go down and hear from our first finalist for the men. Ian Gouveia is standing by with Mike Fruit.
5-4-3. Ian, you're our first finalist. I know this is a massive result for you. Obviously, it's still a win for Brazil. Two friends coming up together. How did it go?
Yes, I'm stoked. That was a good hit with Edgar. He was pushing the limits all event long, so I knew it was going to be a good battle. And, semifinal, so it was already a good result for both guys, me and him. So just stoked to be on the finals. Precious points right there. So I'll try to win that and stoke that.
And obviously you got a 9-point ride. We have heard rumors that this is a very special board. You've got some signatures on there. Can you tell us about this board?
Yes, it's just like, when we find that board, everything gets easier. So it was hard to find this one because it's not my board. That wasn't made for me. That's a Tatiana's board that was riding snapper. So the board was really good already, but then I got Kelly and Aki to sign it, so it got better.
Amazing. We can't wipe the smile off your face. You're into the finals. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Brilliant. Just sprinkle a bit of magic dust on that Slater and Arc. How cool.
Epic. I think that's going to be the new go-to.
I mean, you talk about Grom energy and trying to stay useful. He's literally got his board signed by his favourite surfers.
And he's made the final of a Challenger series with it. That's just such a cool story. And yeah, it's like, please go to your Euros. And even though you're a pro, say, please sign my board. I need the good luck.
I didn't Tatjana Weston-Webb's board as well, so a lot of ingredients going in the pot there to make the magic happen for Gouveia. There's the number 4 Raposa. He's got excellent again. That's 4th heat in a row. He's gone into the excellent range. He's just making sure he gets that in the ear hole from our beach announcers. 8 for him. A solid start for that punt into the wind. And thinking about his performances. Went 5th here last year. He's been in semis a few times on the challenge. If he can make the final here, it'll be a career best result for him. He's done that twice at the US Open. Did it last year, did it back in 2022. The Gold Coast, he made semis there as well back in 21. So 3 times a semi-finalist, on the cusp of something much bigger here in Ballito with that 8 already in. Here he goes on the backhand. Raposa, big spring in his step. And just slices off the top a couple of times and quick whips to finish on the inside. That's how you respond, Greg, to going excellent with the big airs. Find yourself another wave and rip it apart.
And just mixing it up. So gone left into the wind, huge rotation, gets an excellent score, goes right and gets a series of strong turns. So back set straight up.
Here goes Vincent. Bang, quick tag. This one will stand up here and then just stretch out a touch. And I realise not really what he's after. He hasn't really committed yet to a wave as such. Just looking slightly disinterested on those sections. I think the rhythm of that wave, always just stretching out the energy down the line. And he's on the prowl back into the lineup. What we've seen of him so far, for someone so young, he's a really cool customer. Doesn't seem to get rattled in heats. Always seem to know that it looks like he knows what his game plan is, what his strategy is. It's worked out for him so far, but for a young surfer being over here in South Africa and on the verge of a final, that's huge. And keeping that cool head, that's something that's easy to say from up here, much tougher to do in the water.
Well, he was in the final over in Nias a couple of weeks ago against Josh Kerr. As we just see this replay, and I'll get back to that. Nice and up and over for Nolan. Whoops that second turn, so strong on the rail surfing here, and then the strong finish. So just a solid, well put together wave there to back that 8-point ride up. But back to Winter and that Nias contest, he was totally out of it. It was all Josh's. And I was actually watching that as a replay, and I knew Winter had won it. And sort of with 3 minutes to go, I was figuring, I was going, I've got this wrong. There's no way he's won this. And then suddenly, you know, Josh went on the first wave of the set. Winter was so calm and cool, got the 9-something on the wave behind, paddled back out. Josh didn't need much, went on the first wave again, and with a couple of seconds, another 9 for Winter. So we know he's got the cool head, and he'll be sort of taking that sort of strategy in here. Even if he hasn't had the best start, he knows he's capable of coming back at any stage.
Raposa having a look there, realising not what he was after with the priority with Vincent. He can do that. He'll have a spin, he'll have a look, see what he can snuffle up. He's going to get a score 4.77 for that right-hander. It's a reasonable number up, actually. So just under the high score for Vincent. All that blow-tail reverse on his very first wave. Was polished surfing, but a real margin in terms of the points reward from the panel compared to that left and the big stomped air from Raposa, who has been great energy, good juju throughout this event. He's been absolutely stoked, and he's been talking about that equipment that he's been riding as well, and he's just feels like all of those ingredients, there's quite a lot of them to put a good contest together. We've been chatting a little bit with his coach as well. All of those ingredients coming together for him. A couple of laps now as well on the challenges, a bit of experience coming through. He's probably got a pretty good measure of where he's at himself in terms of mind and body and equipment and all that stuff. And looks like it's so far so good for Nolan Raposa.
In a good space right now. And you mentioned his coach, Matt Myers, working strongly with him. And just talking to Matt, he's just said, you talk about it coming together, sticking to the routines, getting good heat strategies, calming it down, not over smoking it early on the waves, just getting a couple of scores together, up and riding again, just a quick wave there. And not only that, Matt Myers has also helped a few other surfers, and one of them that he's helped through some of the challenges is Shane Sykes, a local surfer from Ballito. So what they've done is Nolan's actually staying with the Sykes family, just to get a bit of peace and quiet, and he's good mates with Shane. So Matt's pulled Shane into their corner for a little bit of that, for a little bit of a couple of local pointers, and they're actually not sitting in the contest area. They're based on the surfer's lane, just using the granny's cottage there, just off one of those houses. They set up there for the week, and got a good perspective of the wave. And I have been speaking to Shane a bit and Matt, and I said, well, you know, what's the go-to? He says, you know what, to be honest, it's pretty easy. Right now, working with Nolan, he's on fire. And when you've got a surfer on fire like he is, probably some of the hardest hitting turns we've seen through the event, he said it's easy. You've just got to go with the routines, and he's going to go do the work.
Yeah, at the moment, it just looks like he's in that place where he just keeps wanting to surf and heats. Just want to keep them coming because his form is so good. He's finding opportunities. That one heat where he dropped the 2.8s in pretty tough conditions. In some ways, it's always more impressive getting those numbers when things get a bit tougher and trickier. The surf quality did deteriorate a bit, but he stepped up. A couple of big eights, big total. Meanwhile, here we go. Snap off the top for Winter Vincent. And then a little runner section, and just not quite the rhythm to the wave or the surfing that he was hoping to bring. Still plenty of time in this, over 20.5 minutes remaining in the second semi, but just a little bit sluggish down the paddle back out, and maybe a bit miffed about that way that wave panned out.
Yep, that first turn was really nice off the top, very slicey and live action.
Raposa, here he goes. He'll flick one on the backhand, and then just chop that bottom turn down to go up into the lip, and then that one will get away. Not wildly dissimilar to a bar of soap in a bathtub, as it just fires up into the air. He's fine. He's got some good numbers on the board. He'll head back out. It will be priority with Vincent, though, and he'll look just to try and stay involved in this. The numbers aren't crazy that he's chasing at the moment. 7.45, it's a pretty decent score, but I think he just wants to find a way with the rhythm and just fire up and get a strong finish, maybe, on a turn.
Yeah, so Winter's by no means out of this. The good news for him now, you know, with under 20 minutes, there's still plenty of time on the clock. He has got priority. He needs to get close to that score of Nolan and then try and somehow get into the lead and put some pressure back on Nolan. And Nolan's been looking at a couple of right-handers. I thought he would have maybe charged on some more lefts, but here he goes. I thought maybe he'd look for another big air rotation on a left. He's got a backup score, and maybe that's the plan, unless he wants to really see something in the rights. But I think with this southwesterly wind picking up into those lefts, it's going to keep offering those ram sections on those left sections.
Yeah, all action thus far from Raposa. Seventh wave for him. Meanwhile, Vincent having a look. He looked right and he went left. And he'll just highlight the first section. He'll chop down, a snap off the top. And another one, similar kind of rhythm. And then tries to get that rotation above the lip on a pretty crumbly section on the inside. So again, a little shake of the head from him there. It's generally not really what you want to see, Greg.
Yeah, so what I'm taking away right now is Winter's a little bit flustered. He's not having that much fun out there. He's looking like he's got a bit of pressure on him, where Nolan's sort of moving. He's got his back up. He's looking back at the beach, maybe getting a couple of thumbs up from his coach. He's moving up and down this lineup. He just seems to be in the game and enjoying it a little bit more. So Winter needs to find something that he can put a bit of pressure back on Nolan.
He's got bags of time here, over 18 minutes. Just the way this tide's gone as well. Feels like we're getting a lot more sets breaking now. We did have those longer lulls when it was deeper water. Maybe surfers have to wait a little while. You think in 18 minutes, we are hoping, on average, we're going to get 4, maybe 5 sets come through, something like that. So plenty of opportunities for him to get numbers. He's chasing 7.45 at the moment. And very, very much within his grasp. He's such a good surfer throughout this event. Just needs to kind of remember what's put him here into the semi-finals. One of these two will be heading to face Ian Gouveia. We'll know in about 17.5 minutes time. At the moment, it's the Australian Winter who's looking for a numbler, and he'll load up here and look for a ramp, which isn't there either.
Yeah, you got to look at these conditions, and you know, those waves that taper off, they're obviously fun to surf. But it's almost like you want to get those waves where you can get a click and they grow. They get that bigger shore break. The judges are really enjoying those big shore break airs or the big turns, where Winter's getting those waves that really taper off. And by the time you do that last turn, it becomes a bit small.
17 on the clock here. Raposa at the moment leading this one. Let's go and check in with his coach, Matt Myers.
We're down on the beach with Myers' mentorship. Obviously, Nolan has been on an absolute tear this whole event. How are we feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling good thus far. There's still tons of time in the heat. Absolutely anything can happen at this stage, but just proud of how Nolan's competed well, how he started this heat with a big air on the left, 8-point ride, so now it's just time to close it out.
Cool. And, you know, if he advances through to the finals, are we changing the strategy slightly?
Oh, not at all. We've been copy and paste mode ever since his first heat of this event. He has a formula that's working, so we're not going to change a thing.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the rest of the heat, and see him on a wave now.
Kate Matson there with a world record attempt for the longest broadcast shaka. That was solid. Just held that thing.
Fantastic.
Really strong.
And Matt Myers has his signature yellow cap on.
Yeah.
So if there is any signaling from the beach, I don't think there's much.
Right.
But it's easy for, obviously, and he's athlete like Nolan, to spot him on the beach. And you do see Nolan looking back every now and then, even though he's in a good position, probably just, you know, that bit of reassurance, a little thumbs up, or just to know that your team's there, they've got you backed up.
Well, it's Myers' mentorship, isn't it? So he's in that leader role. You sometimes see that with the guides around cities, like see him in London when they got the kids, like the Italian school kids, and the guide always has a really bright cap on, in case like things get really busy at the tube station. You can see who they are. So far, so good for the American Camp Raposa with an excellent number, locked in an 8. His backup 4.77 is in the lead. It's the Australian Vincent hunting him down. He's been on the hunt. He's still looking for a 7.45. Here's a little opportunity. Vincent will go. He's loading up here. He wants to go into the air. Backhand rotation. It's whippy. It's quick. And it's unsuccessful ultimately. 15 on the clock here. The American at the moment is heading towards the final. Still plenty of time for Vincent to find himself a couple of numbers. More live action on the other side of the break from semi-final number 2.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Finals day on the Changers, trying to keep the head noise out. Vane Fierro will look to keep rolling with that winning formula. She's taken on Bella Kenworthy, the young American, in a final hit, a repeat final showing for Fierro. She did that last year. She came off second best against Bronto McCauley. And she's back in the final again, and she's there on merit. She's ripped this wave apart over the last week. So strong, Greg. And every aspect of her surfing seems to be coming together. We've been obviously mentioning repetitively the results she got over in Tahiti, but that's one aspect of surfing, just getting barreled in big waves. Wouldn't have felt so much like a heat out there. Right here, this is much more genuine kind of heat craft, contest surfing. And she's got a lot of boxes ticked.
A lot of boxes ticked, and you think about routines. We've spoken about sticking to the winning formulas, and that we've seen every heat from Vahine. She's sat within that almost exact same spot, getting those head noises out, almost a bit of meditation, and she's just sticking to those routines. From her semi to now, a bit of change in conditions as well. We see a bit more wind on the face, so she will have to sort of take that into account from this morning. Wind's only going to get stronger out the southwest, so it might be a little bit of a different strategy for her heat from this morning. So she'll be focusing on that with her coach as well.
Yeah, that breeze blowing into the left. That's what Nolan Raposa used to stomp big meaty rotation on the forehands. It's Bella Kenworthy, an important moment for her, a final on the Challenger Series, absolutely huge. We've been talking also about that next generation of surfers on the women's side, particularly. It's probably one of, if not the biggest story in professional surfing at the moment. She's part of that charge, and she's in a final here on the Challenger Series. Here goes Raposa with a spring in his step and some whip, and he'll punt again here, and he'll get that done on a tricky double-up landing. Meanwhile, right behind that, slicing all the way back into the whitewash and then tagging off the lip. Vincent slicing this thing up, and that'll feel a lot better from him. He just wanted to go surfing, essentially, didn't he?
There we go. We've got the smile out of him. And I'll tell you what, the Queen's Cliff Board Riders Club will be smiling back there and cheering, because he would have felt good on that wave. And a point of difference, that was point break surfing, carving, slicing, slashing, lots of spray, the good finish. It was a very well put together wave. We'll talk through that replay shortly, but that's certainly going to put him in the heat. And you'd have to say Raposa not going to improve, incomplete in my opinion on that last wave.
I was just going to ask you about that, actually. We've been talking about this. The judge has been pretty consistent on this throughout, and I was going to say, what are they going to score for that finish? Job done or job not done there?
We'll double check on that replay, but the fact that he wanted to get over that section and ride it out and didn't was almost a telltale sign that he felt it wasn't complete. But let's have a look at this. Paul just driving off the bottom, rips, beautiful rounded carve, vertical, slicing the tail, and then the rip back to the whitewater and up for the finish and the claim. So that would have felt good. It's going to put him somewhere in this heat. And then Raposa slicing off that first section, loads up, really inverted on this air, and not quite riding out in my opinion. So we'll see if he does improve or not. But Winter Vincent up again on a right-hander.
He'll keep going here. We'll just tag that first section. It's a touch crumbly. And then cutting back to the pocket. Nice little steep bit here, and he'll tag that. So the broad grin on the face after that last wave. And then straight back at it there. And the picture of focus really as he finishes that off. Next score will be crucial for him. So Nolan Raposa scores in, and as you thought, Greg, it's incomplete for him. So waiting for that number for Vincent. Still looking for that 7.45, but the 5.33, his very first wave is his high score. If he attacks that, can bring the number down. That can become his backup. Let's see where this goes.
Such a good talking point. It depends on what frame of mind the judges are in now. That you would have, you've got to compare that huge single air rotation from Nolan.
They like a strong finish. The best time wasn't the last one. I'll say that about Vincent's wave.
But the first two were the best.
Cool, nice combo.
Two good outside turns
Slicing.
On a good looking wave. It was it looked like a point break wave.
Rail to rail throughout, speed, control.
I mean, it's no doubt his best wave, and
Critical
he was happy
section.
with it. Could it be up at that requirement? Could he, somehow in a heat that he's not really in, turn the heat at this stage? It's going to be an interesting score. I'm not 100% sure where the score is going to go.
Yeah, we're a little bit baffled here. Let's wait and see for that to drop in. 8 minutes to go here, a crucial moment in the second semi-final. Raposa has led this one pretty much from the outset. He got that 8 really early on in the heat and sort of set the tone. And since then, there was a bit of frustration from Winter Vincent. He was speculating. He was hunting stuff down. He looked a little bit dejected. We weren't too happy to see that, and then much better from him as he gets that wave, and we're still waiting for a number for that. Meanwhile, here goes Raposa. Almost loses the back foot, but recovers that and just keeps driving that board into the wind. And there's that tenacity from him as he'll end up all the way down on the inside, so multiple hits. There's the American camp watching. Myers will be jotting something down, waiting to hear the number, waiting for Vincent's score to come in. It's going to be under the requirement. Let's see where exactly it goes. He will get the improvement, though. He's going to bring this number down. It's going to set us up for a really interesting finish. 6.27 for Winter Vincent. And that means now the requirement is a 6.51. So something of that order of magnitude, similar to that And again, he's looking a little bit baffled then. I think he would have given himself a slightly higher number there, Greg.
Yeah, he was pretty happy with that wave. It's, you know, it's still a good score and it's keeping him in the game. It also depends on where Nolan goes with his last score. I wasn't 100% sold on Nolan's last wave. A couple of good rips, but there was a bit of a rail catch in the middle of one of those turns. But still, there was power. He's surfing with a lot of power, and he did have a little claim just to show that he was happy with it. But who knows where he's going to go with that. But Winter Vincent, a 6.27. If Nolan's scoreline doesn't improve, Winter's in with a shot here, needing a 6.51, and he has first priority.
A big shot, absolutely. 6 on the clock, plenty of time here. Just a slight bit of cloud cover giving a more ominous air to proceedings. We're right down to the very most crucial point of the event. Women's final about to paddle out still. A little bit of neggy body language there from Vincent. A little shake of the head in the lineup. If you do think you didn't quite get the number you could have got, you've got to wash that off. There's Nathan Webster. And he's in Winter's corner, watching on here. What's he thinking right now, Greg?
Well, he's looking a bit baffled himself, but Noodles is quite a strategist. He was one of the best strategists on tour, in my opinion. He was very sharp, so he would have given some great advice. Still looking calm, and maybe not quite sticking to the plan, but, you know, there's still time to reset. And the big thing is holding that priority for Winter Vincent. The question mark's still going to come over that score from Nolan Raposa. You know, the judges are going to cut it, chop it down and sort of see, does he improve? I would say as a complete wave, without that catch of that rail in the middle of the wave, he would improve. But I do feel that that little bit of a mistake on that one turn might just keep that score down, or possibly a slight improvement.
Yeah, you can see even Raposa is twitching a bit here. He's waiting for that number to come through. We mentioned this will be his very best if he can make the final here. He's made semis a couple of times. This will be breakthrough for him if he can get himself into final. This could be a crucial number for him. If he can push that score back up and make it tougher for Winter Vincent. 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. And a little look at a wave, which doesn't interest either surfer. Number about to drop here for the American. Raposa 5.23 gets the improvement, and he'll just push that score up. It's essentially a 7. It's 6.97, the requirement for Vincent at the moment. And he's chasing that down with under 4 minutes to go. The good news is he does have the priority, but just in terms of momentum, after a little shift maybe back towards him, after getting his good score, Nolan Raposa again, just trying to ram home some advantage here and pile the pressure back on, and it'll be a crucial next wave, you'd feel, for Vincent. With that priority, he needs to make a good decision here. Meanwhile, Raposa will keep swinging. Here he goes, onto the left, loading up on a wave which goes soft, bends out to sea. He's out. So Winter Vincent needs to find something here. This has been our second semi, and we're trying to decide who's going to face Ian Gouveia in the final. That was the first turn that went down. It was smooth. Didn't go crazy in terms of a score.
Yeah, just a beautiful maneuver, but yeah, it was more of a free surf type maneuver, not surfing 100% to the criteria, but that turn fetching an 8-point ride for Nolan, just a bit quicker with the rotation, the quick ride out, and then this wave from Winter, just beautiful rail surfing, whacks it up there, and a bit of a tapering wall just for the finish, so didn't stamp it that hard and maybe kept that score down slightly. And then this last wave from Nolan. So just that little dig there is what I was talking about. I think kept this score down because some strong snaps through the wave, but still keeping the pressure on Winter Vincent. But didn't make much of a difference. Before that, Winter needed a 6.58. He now needs a 6.97. So he's pretty much either way. He was aiming for a 7-point ride to make it convincing.
Yeah, even with that slight misstep, though, you've got to say for Raposa, that wave was always kind of fizzling out. It was tapering off a bit. He did surf up the potential of that, and he got himself a decent 5. He improved his backup, which was obviously the name of the game, and paddling into that wave. And he hasn't done much wrong at all in this. In every situation, it's kind of either something that he's done with his surfing actually on the wave itself, or just the way he's competed in this heat. He's kind of maintained advantage throughout, and he's been pretty relentless in this. Just the way it's gone for Vincent, particularly with a couple of those lefts that he took off on, and that they could have easily have offered a ramp. He does a big rotation into the wind, and he's right back at this. He had a few of those lefts that just went soft on him, and it looked like it almost got to him a little bit, Greg.
Definitely. He was never convinced on some of those waves, even paddling into them. He wasn't sure, but here he is up and riding on a left, live action.
Here we go, snapping off the top. Windsor Vincent will load up here, and he'll want to try and punt again. Finds a ramp and just throws that one away. And never quite generating the speed he was after. It's a dejected look, easy for me to say, on the inside from Windsor Vincent, and he's still going to be chasing a number here.
And thinking back to that right-hander, that would have felt good, but he was almost ready for the claim, in my opinion, before finishing that last maneuver. Like, he felt good, and I just think if he had done those turns, but if he could have stamped maybe pushing the tail out on that last turn, really focusing on that last maneuver a little bit more, that could have seen a better score for him.
Could have been. At the moment, what he's looking at is going to get in the lineup 40 seconds. And a Nolan Raposa all over him with priority, looking to cover him here and just snaffle out any opportunity. Still in the hunt for the 697 is Vincent. And Nolan Raposa will be right with him in the lineup here, up and down. Just covering this. You have to say, Raposa throughout this event, just turning up the energy every heat. Whatever's happened with conditions, he's dialed it up. And he's good value if indeed he will hang on here and head to the final and set up an all-goofy final against Gouveia.
All goofy into the wind on lefts. It's going to be an air show of note.
And it looks like we're all done here. Raposa can just afford just to take anything that comes through. Final second now. Windsor Vincent will be disappointed with the semi, but I think overall he'll be absolutely delighted with an equal third on the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, the American squad, high fives all around there. They're absolutely delighted. It's a career best performance for Nolan Raposa. We mentioned those 3 semis he's made on the challenges. He's through to a final here, and he's on the cusp of a massive, massive result. We'll see where that puts him in the context of his year as well, but looking to join that very, very strong American squad on the championship tour. That's been a storyline from this year. He'll come back in, debrief with the squad, and get ready for the final here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Well done to Windsor Vincent, though. We didn't know loads about him before seeing him in this event, and what we've seen of him, we've really liked.
Brilliant surfing. It's been an absolute show from Winter, and well done to all his team at home. And they're doing a great job. Of course, this is not the last. This is only the first we're seeing of Winter. We're going to see a lot more of him. Nolan Raposa into the final. He's put on a show. He's been a standout surfer with some of the biggest maneuvers of competition, and we're ready to load up an epic final.
Men's finalists all set. We're going to see Nolan Raposa taking on Ian Gouveia. Women's final just around the corner. We're going to see Bella Kenworthy taking on Vahine Fierro. We'll bring in Gig Silius for the call. Stay tuned for the women's final right after this.
If you come here with respect, you're always gonna have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Quaducuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and welcome to the finals of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Overview of our brushed lineup here. Southerly winds across the multiple peaks at Willard Beach in beautiful Ballito, South Africa. Kixeliers and Greg Emsley in for the call, as we'll crown a champion now on the women's side of the draw. 35-minute heats. You'll join us here in the lineup with Bella Kenworthy taking on Vaheen Fierro. Let's have a look at that bracket. Of course, quarterfinals, looking back to yesterday's action. Vaheen Fierro went over Isabella Nichols, and then Vaheen Fierro got past Sophia Medina this morning, Greg, to take on Bella Kenworthy and have a look at Bella's journey through the bottom of the draw. A tough road for her as well, and here we find ourselves in the final. Good morning, Greg. Finals day. We're all excited. We'll crown a women's champion.
Unreal. And we look at that road through the week. It's just been an incredible week of surfing. And Bella's, you know, think about the maneuvers she's done through competition. A lot of those big turns on the lefts, I think, to the earlier days, and getting some big scores for single maneuvers. And I think about Vaheen Fierro getting a lot of her scores on those linked up right-handers, a series of maneuvers, just polished surfing. So we're going to see where they go to in this final. We got an increasing southwesterly wind blowing. We've got a broken up lineup, but it seems like you know, there's a bit of lefts and rights, but it seems like those lefts into the wind are offering some of the biggest scores in the last couple of heats.
Well, Vaheen Fierro comes here ranked 7th, and she'll have jumped right up that Challenger Series leaderboard, repeating her finals appearance here this time last year. Vaheen Fierro fell to Bronte Macaulay in 2023, but here she is looking to go one better than that. And here's a young surfer that has charged through the draw here in the Ballito Pro in 2024. 17-year-old Bella Kenworthy comes here ranked 15th on the Challenger Series, and into her first final Challenger Series appearance. And Greg, taking a little teaser out of that semi-final number 2 on the men's side. A lot of points coming on the left-handers into the wind, as you mentioned.
Yep, so, and you think about the semis from the ladies this morning. It was a touch different, lighter winds, and we do have a replay here. Oh, and that's just that one single big maneuver. So I did speak about that. Bella really focusing on those single big turns. And this, Vaheen Fierro likes to find those running rights and get those combos. But looking a little bit trickier in this lineup now with the wind picking up. But yeah, both women will reset. It is different from this morning. A lot less wind this morning, slightly different waves. And now with this southwesterly wind, they're going to have to really find those good bowls.
It's the women's final, and it is unfolding. We also have established our men's finalists. Let's go down and hear from him. He'll be taking on Ian Gouveia in the men's final.
Nolan, Long Beach, California, representing you into the final of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, stoked. Career best result, but there's still one more W I got to catch, so looking at the next one.
Your air game seems to have been what's getting you through these couple of heats. It's what's put the pressure on early in that heat. How did that heat and the strategy play out for the semi-final?
Yeah, seems like my airs have kind of been coming in clutch a little bit. I mean, they're not as high scoring maybe as some of my rights, but I felt like that heat was definitely an exciting one. I made a lot of mistakes. I let Winter come back, and like I easily could have kept him out of the race, I felt like. Gave him a right. I just don't think I was paying attention that much, like to the rights, because the rights kind of looked like they were turning crap. So I was focusing on the left, but then it got really soft, and yeah, I think I can just like fix up, tune up a couple of things for this final, and it'll be a fun match with Ian.
It's go time. You're in the final, about a half an hour's time, and we'll chat to you on the other side.
Appreciate it.
Back to
Yeah, thanks, Mike. An all goofy foot final for the Ballito Pro of 2024. Ian Gouveia takes on Nolan Raposa. And we'll now be focusing in on the women's final. You are with us with Bella Kenworthy taking on Vahine Fierro in the lineup. Pretty slowish start, really, Greg, by all conditions. You mentioned that southerly wind blowing through the lineup. It still has an offshore element to it. It hasn't gone as side shore as maybe we'd speculated at the start of the day. And groomed and clean here. And it'll be interesting to see how both of our surfers approach the peaks and opportunities.
Yeah, and what's awesome is watching, you know, the positioning of these women. But we're going to get back to that, Giggs.
Well, a great semi-final, a great run through the Ballito Pro of 2024. Winter Vincent has come here and has gained a lot of fans. Let's go down and hear from him.
Winter, a loss in the semi-finals is always very tough. It's one of the toughest losses in each event. You, however, have rocketed up the ratings. If nobody knew who Winter Vincent was, they sure know after this Challenger Series event. Talk us through how that went for you.
Yeah, great event for me. Bummer losing the semis. Nolan was ripping pretty well, and yeah, just didn't really get the waves in the end, but great event overall, and thanks for everyone for tuning in and watching.
And Winter, just looking ahead now towards the US Open, what do the next couple of weeks, say 6 weeks or so till the US Open, hold in store for you? What are your plans?
Just head back home. Can't wait to get home, really, and see friends and family. Just cruise and then get back to it, start training again, and yeah, hopefully get over to America and get a good result.
It's been a pleasure having you here in Ballito. Well done on your results, and thank you for entertaining us this whole week.
Thanks, guys, so much.
Back to you guys.
18-year-old Winter Vincent with a third place finish here will rocket up into the Challenger Series discussion for 2024. Watch out for more from that name, and I feel that the conditions over in Huntington could suit his loose flowing style real well as well, Greg.
Yep, he would be my head boy at school. He's so well spoken and so calm, and I mean, even after a loss, but I think he knows he's taken a lot out of this event, Giggs. It's been a real key event for him. It's one that's going to set him up, in my opinion, for his career.
Well, a great 2024 for the young Australian. And he'll just sit back now and enjoy the finals with us. Just under 25 minutes to go in the lineup here in Ballito in South Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series wrapping up its third stop of 6 opportunities. The first 2 at Snapper Rocks and at Narrabeen. Now through to Africa, and then on the other side of the Olympics come month end into early August. The US Open of Surfing will give challengers the 4th opportunity, then through to Ericeira in Portugal at the end of September, and to bookend the year over to Saquarema for the Challenger Series event.
What a
in
busy
Brazil. Yeah, it's a busy schedule.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. I'm going to make sure I load up on data so I can watch all the action. I'm so excited just to see all the events ahead.
Well, big split here in the lineup between our two competitors right now as we focus in on the women's final. About 80 yards separating. So Bella Kenworthy going to the north end of the break. That wind is strong out at sea. You see the Whitecaps marching right to left across the screen. They're making for a couple of cup pockets. You see peaks rolling randomly through the lineup here, Greg, and positioning will be key. No real big numbers out of this women's final just yet.
No, early days, and both of these surfers will be feeling sort of calm and at home. And why I say that is because you look at both of their approaches to this event. Vahine Fierro staying with the Bell family. They're all down here to support her. And we heard Angus earlier saying, no, he just wants her to feel at home as we see live action.
Well, that homely feeling paying out with the finals berth here for Bella Kenworthy. Nothing really coming from that roll of the dice further down the beach. Plenty of time as Kenworthy tries to get rid of a small score. She'll only nudge it up by a small decimal. Slower start here for Vahine Fierro, who's been finding excellent category scores all Ballito Pro long. The Tahitian in the red holds the priority. Still looking for a second wave in the lineup. Of course, young Bella Kenworthy, just 17 years of age. Vahine Fierro, a little more experienced, a little older at around 24 years of age and about to be minted an Olympian, already a championship tour win for the Tahitian. And so many different things to talk about here as we showcase this final, Greg. And let's have a look at wave number 2 coming at us. Vahine Fierro had a clutch semi-final earlier this morning. She'll want to bring that momentum through here to the finals. We mentioned that she did runner-up to Bronte McCauley this time last year, and really just so adept as an all-round surfer, from Chopu at 10 foot and championship to wildcard wins, through here to consistency on the Challenger Series.
Very consistent, and she has been quite patient throughout this event, so we see her taking her time in this lineup. She knows which waves she's looking for, what she wants to do on those waves, and that consistency has been paying off for her and sticking to those routines. We've spoken about that all week long, but yeah, just battling to find those sort of running waves with that steep wall and those series of maneuvers. Let's watch the replay here. Sets up first click off the top into the shore break and whoops a finish. So it's you know, the 2 turns, but she's generally been looking for slightly better, bigger waves in the lineup. It is a, you know, it's a tricky lineup at the moment, but there are some nice clean faces. If we get a few sets coming through here with the building swell, it could just play into Vahine's favor.
Both of these ladies having contested their semi-final appearances this morning. Vahine Fierro looking left and right, just speculating opportunities under the priority of Bella Kenworthy. 2-turn combination, and she'll pull that to completion. We saw a couple of good numbers out of the semi-finals for Vahine, a 7.07 and a 6.33 in the lineup earlier in her tight win over Sophia Medina. And we'll see if she can continue that momentum here through to this and a first title win here in Ballito. Meanwhile, noticing just a little bit of urgency from both of them now, Greg. We've gone, you know, 15 minutes deep into this final, still 20 minutes to go, and nothing really jumping out on the scorecards for either of our finalists. And both of them just starting to work opportunities in the lineup.
Yep, so this is Vahine, and just a bit rushed into those couple of turns. She was wanting to get a sort of a setup into a big turn, but got a bit rushed into that last maneuver. She's going to want to find those ones that sort of run from the outer bank into that shore break with a little bit more time to set that big bottom turn. So that last, well, the second last one getting a 4-point ride with a 3.57 to back it up. So yeah, no real big scores. That 5 in for Bella at one single maneuver. Who's going to find that first wave with those 2 good solid turns?
Into the wind, Bella Kenworthy will use the priority snap in the top corner, but there isn't a corner. That wave just flexing and going flat. So technically an error now from Bella Kenworthy. A soft score in for Vahine Fierro, just a 3.57, adding to the 4. So a soft lead at this stage with a little over 19 minutes to go. Spoke of Vahine Fierro's performances in that semi-final earlier. Bella Kenworthy getting her win over Tessa Tyson earlier this morning. And kind of hard to pick a winner out of this one, Greg, because there are opportunities both left and right. We've seen how efficient the backhand of Vahine Fierro has been. Combination turn coming our way here. We'll just track with a heavy section. And a little bit too heavy, that wave turning inside out here in the late morning, almost coming up to midday. We've just gone through that low tide. And well, with the wind, that low tide sandbar on the inside, tricky section for Vahine to navigate there, Greg.
Very tricky, and it's almost, you know, the bank, the wave comes off that deep water onto that shallow sandbank, especially for that last closeout section. Now, to add to that, you bottom turn and you go up the face of the wave, and as you try and rotate, we'll talk about it now, that wind holds your board up there with that heavy section. So watch this. As she comes off there, it's just a heavy landing. She was very close to making that. It would have looked good if she rode out of that white water. It was an exploding section, so you can't you know, fault her for not making it. It was heavy, but if she had pulled that off, she would have had an advantage in this final.
Incomplete for Vahine Fierro, and potentially throwing the best counting wave of the final away. Meanwhile, a new peak fresh for Bella Kenworthy. Now there is a top corner and she'll use it effectively, two-turn combination, and that will bring her into the story. Already a 5 in the lineup, and the Californians rallying around her are enjoying that. Of course,
yeah.
A 5-pointer to start, and now she'll get rid of the .93, Greg.
I think that for me is, you know, if I was in her corner, I would have been speaking about going on these lefts. We've seen her with these great backhand turns, and look at that, straight down in the pocket, critical surfing, and rides out clean. And we've seen her get good numbers throughout the event. We spoke about it, gigs at the start of the final, where we've seen her get those single big turns on the backhand, and there, that way of bending back at her and giving her the opportunity to really rip off that lip line and get that good finish.
Two-turn combo for a 6.5 number in, and Bella Kenworthy just firming up her lead here in the finals. Everyone is down here supporting and enjoying the show. Let's go down and find Mike Frew. He's in and amongst it.
It's Monday afternoon. I'm on the VIP hospitality area, sponsored by Corona, Vodacom, and Samsung. Just after 12 o'clock, I've got a coldie in my hands. The beers are all in the fridges. Coronas are on tap here, and we're enjoying the surfing. Look at some of the people that have come down to enjoy the ladies' final that is currently in the water. And we have a look at the Bell family on the other side there. They're supporting Vaheen Fierro. And then we've got a couple of other gents here supporting Bella Kenworthy. Guys, this is living. Cheers. Enjoy the rest of the final. Back to you in the studio.
Well, this is living, that is for sure. Mike Frew having a good time in and amongst it. And why not? It's a Monday. It's still school holidays. It's been a carnival atmosphere in and around the contest site here. And of course, great to have Corona just supporting the sport of surfing at every level, globally, and certainly here on site in Ballito. You're with us for the finals as Bella Kenworthy on screen just knocks every opportunity on the door. 6.5 and a 5, Greg. It's a firm lead considering we're deeper into the second half of this final.
Very firm lead, and Vahine will be certainly looking to chase that score. She's got to be thinking to herself, can't be 2 seconds in a row. She wants to be going for that win.
I want to say this. I have not seen a lot of left-handers ridden from Vaheen Fierro through the entire event. She's used the backhand combination effectively to get her wins, to move through the rounds. And it certainly is a lineup that is perhaps asking for points on the left-hand, as you see Kenworthy as well, just investigating every opportunity. But you think of numbers that have come out of Vaheen Fierro's campaign here. I can't think of a lot of lefts as we have this chat.
Absolutely. She's been getting those 8-pointers with those combos on the rights. Exactly that, Gigs, you're right. Not many lefts. Of course, she has got a fantastic forehand, as we've seen. Will she readjust and go to it, or is she going to pull up the handbrake and wait for that beautiful right-hander to come her way?
We'll answer all those questions from the women's final of the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. It is finals day here from the Challenger Series in South Africa.
The hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tough lie. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to the finals of the Challenger Series. Stop 3 coming to you from South Africa. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Kix Lears and Greg Emsley breaking down the women's final here. You with us with updated scores. Kenworthy leads over Fierro as the Tahitian, who made the finals here last year, is back again in 2024, an in-form and very adaptable surfer with a wide range of skills, including the fun beach breaks here of Ballito. Vahine Ferro looking to chase a requirement of a 7.5 and perhaps win this year. She was runner-up to Bronte Macaulay this time last year, but Vahine Ferro certainly, Greg, proving that she may be the best all-round ladies surfer in the world right now.
That's a good point, and you think about what she's done over in the last event in Tahiti with the win. We see this replay, slices off the top into the carve. Lots of spray on that second turn. Tricky closeout section to negotiate, but I get the feeling this should be her best wave so far of the final, and it seems to be that's her strategy. She likes to get a wave that she can build on and then grows through the heat. Of course, time is winding down here, but if she can move in that direction and improve, it will give her some confidence to really go hard at maybe a second scoring wave.
Clean offshores here through the lineup in Willard Beach in the seaside town of Ballito, and about to crown a women's champion here on the ladies' side of the draw. Vahine Ferro, this time last year, that runner-up to Bronte Macaulay. And Greg, a step in the right direction. All she has to do, though, is drop a 3.57 for now, just to do a building block score. She's got to go higher than a 4 to see if she can reduce that requirement. And of course, Kenworthy, 2 reasonable numbers in the lineup, but room on the scorecard for Kenworthy to improve as well.
Definitely. And that last score coming in for Vahine, a 5.03. So there we go. That's that score that she can at least work with, and she can think to herself, well, if I want to win this final, I need to get the best scoring wave of the final. And if she does that right now, she will be in the lead. And there's loads of time, 10 minutes on the clock. Vahine Ferro looking for a 6.48, and she's done that in every single heat so far in competition. So she'll back herself and go, give me the wave, I'll give you the score.
Yep, high heat score averages for Vahine Ferro's journey through the Ballito Pro this year. Of course, earlier today, that win over Sofia Medina in the semi-finals. Reel it back for her win over Isabella Nichols, a 17-point heat score back in the quarterfinals a day back. And, well, she's been consistent here. Round of 16 wins over Kira Pinkerton on her journey through the draw. And Vahine Ferro has regularly brought us the bigger numbers of the women's side of competition here in 2024. But right now, softer numbers for her in the finals. As we just get a little look of heat preparation on screen.
Yep, smiles all the way, and that's what the sort of place you want to be before a final. Enjoying it, you want to enjoy the moment. And we saw Nolan Raposa and his coach Matt Myers on screen there, just looking pretty ready and enjoying it. Of course, they're supporting Bella as well in this one. So smiles all around from the crew from the USA.
Well, the Cali Rally of 2024 is in town, and strong surfing from many of the Californians. We think of Bella Kenworthy here in this final. We think of Californians that have done well before. Not that much on the ladies' side. Certainly on the men's last year, Cole Hauschman out of San Clemente getting that win here as he would just stomp his way through the Challenger Series and onto the Championship Tour stage. Of course, we're going to go all the way back to Timmy Reyes back in 2014 when we think of Californians excelling. We've never had a Tahitian winner here. Maybe that is the story of 2014. She'll hang on. Well, Sally Fitzgibbons brought up this discussion, Greg, as you really have to show the finishing on that inside section. Sally even said she fell to it. There were a number of turns where she felt she'd completed it, but the board wasn't nudged out enough in the white water ahead. So judges will easily deem that an incomplete.
Yes, it's been a talking topic of the event that the judges have been quite harsh on the completion of the turns, but they've been consistently harsh. So they started off, and they haven't changed that, which is good. You want, at least you know what you're getting from the judges. They've said quite clearly in the scores they've given, right out clean. We want to see that board well ahead of the whitewater, otherwise we're deeming it incomplete. So the consistency's been there from our judging panel.
Panel say incomplete, a 2-point inconsequential score. Doesn't change the numbers for Vaheen Fira here as we get in to just a little over 7 minutes remaining in the ladies' final. Lovely offshores here as we get the overview of Willard Beach. Bella Kenworthy, the young Californian teenager, in charge here and holding priority, Greg. 6-5 and a 5 sets the pace for the finals here, and we feel some room for Bella Kenworthy to replace that 5-pointer, Greg, and plenty of time for her to do it as well.
Yep, she'll want to do that with the next wave that she uses priority on to make sure she keeps Viana at bay, because not a huge score by her standards. And I'll tell you what, Vahini will be feeling lucky because she is on the same board she was on last year, the Channel Islands, rookie 15. She actually has a little crease in it, and our local surfboard ding fixer and judge, Lucky, has fixed it. So she was even showing me the ding repair. She said, this is my board for the win. And it's been had a bit of local touch with Lucky doing the repair on it.
Both surfers on Channel Islands here in the finals of Ballito on the ladies' side of the draw. And one of those having been manufactured right here in the Built Surfboard Factory, just up the road from the contest site, just a 15-minute drive away. Of course, Built Surf, 13 years of their relationship with the international licensee of Channel Islands. And, well, Bella Kenworthy arrived without boards. The factory just churned out 2, and it's become her favourite board. So a big flag for South African surfboard manufacturing there, with Bella Kenworthy leading the finals here, Greg.
Leading it, and that equipment's looking great. She's, you know, really stuck to her guns with that big turn on those lefts. And she does find a right-hander here, Giggs.
Well, priority at play. The Californian just looking to better the 5-pointer. Not sure she may have done that on that. We'll break that down. But certainly had to block Vaheen Fira there as well. Vaheen just inquiring on every single wave in the lineup. Was that perhaps a little sell from the Tahitian and getting, you could argue, the lesser experienced Bella Kenworthy to pull the trigger on that?
Yeah, I think that wave did look good. It had a bit of size. I think if Bella never went on that, I'm pretty sure Vahine would have gone. But she did get one big turn on it. You think of her first score, Bella's first score, a 5, was one solid maneuver. So she's going to hope that somehow this catches the judges' eyes and she can improve a little bit.
Well, let's go back. Let's go back and have a look at the heat recap here. Scores coming in for both of our surfers as they build in the final of the Ballito Pro. Greg, you mentioned the 5-pointer, a 4 for Vaheen Fira, but this was the highlight score for Bella, the 6.5.
Yep, those 2 strong turns. So again, get the 2-turn combos and you're looking good. And this as well for Vahine. Just a couple of nice wraps. So keeping those rails so clean on these turns gets the finish, a really tricky broken up finish there as well. But at least it got her that 5.03 and kept her right in the game here.
5.03 is the best score in the lineup for Vaheen Fira, a repeat finalist here in 2024. She now holds the priority and she chases the mid-range 6.48 is the requirement. Does she switch up focus now, Greg, and go left?
I don't think she will. I think she's going to look for those rights. It's worked for her. She's just got to hope that one lines up for her. What we're seeing is them chipping in and fading and then hitting the shore break quite quickly. If she could find a wave that has a bit of that outside section, you know, she's really going to try and get those big turns and come into the shore break a bit earlier with a bit more time so she can really stamp a solid finish.
A 6.5 is the highlight score of this ladies' final. Bella Kenworthy found it with a 2-turn combination on the backhand into the southerly wind. And that's why we hang that discussion. Does Vaheen Fira switch it up? She's been going right consistently. We've spoke of her numbers, some of them as high as 17-point heat totals. But it's a different day, slightly more slopey wave faces to work with here. This is the strongest wind we've had as far as surf conditions go during the window of the Ballito Pro. We're seeing a roll in there, no ride for Kenworthy as she's just splitting the peak. You see that V there, Greg, and it's an unusual sandbar for the Ballito Pro in 2024.
It is unusual, and that left was quite good that came towards Vahine. She wasn't interested in it. You feel there were 2 turns on that, but she's got a plan, and her plan, I'm pretty sure, is to look for one of those right-handers that run down the beach. And, I mean, nerves of steel, to leave a wave that you feel could possibly fetch you a score just because it's not your game plan, and you know what you're looking for. So let's see how this pans out with just over 2 minutes to go.
Well, Vahine Ferro in 2024, working her way up the Challenger Series rankings here. This finals appearance will pull her into the top 5 picture. We look at her 9th and her 5th in the Australian leg. Of course, a finalist here last year in Ballito. And, well, let's see if she can steal a number out of the lineup here. Still the requirement of a 6.48 required for the Tahitian, who holds priority. If not, we're going to be crowning a teenage champion in the form of Bella Kenworthy. Just over 90 seconds, Greg, to decide all of this.
Wow, and it's, yeah, it feels like this heat's rushing away from us very quickly, but we're not making any claims yet, because we have seen what Vahine Ferreira has been doing throughout competition. She's got nerves of steel. If she gets a little opportunity, she's going to swing for the hills, and let's see if that does happen for her.
Clock is almost down to the 1 minute mark here. It's just over a minute to declare who is the women's champion here in Ballito in 2024. Kenworthy leading with a 6.5, and we've discussed it. A 5-pointer, still room to improve for Bella Kenworthy as well. She already has put a 6.48 requirement on her Tahitian opponent. And does Vahine Ferro end up runner-up for the 2nd time in a row in Ballito? Here goes the roll of the dice under the priority of Vahine Ferro. 2-turn combination. We spoke about improving on a 5-point ride. And as we go inside the last minute, perhaps Kenworthy is pushing for that from the panel now.
Extra pressure on Vahine. Yeah, that I think is going to go in her top 2. 2 very sharp-looking turns. It's a 2-turn combo on that right-hander, and that wave just drew off the bank nicely, a nice line to it, giving her those opportunities. 20 seconds, I don't know if Vahine is going to get an opportunity here.
Well, opportunity or not, the requirement has climbed to a 7.47. Perfect heat management from the young Californian. Bella Kenworthy is going to fetch a 6-pointer and back her 6.5 up here, Greg. Everything done perfectly well, and the clock has beaten the story here, and on screen is your new champion of the Ballito Pro, the 3rd Challenger Series stop. Young San Clemente surfer Bella Kenworthy, in her campaign here in South Africa, is about to be minted the champion, Greg.
Very well structured final. She's got it up and down throughout this competition. She's had some amazing heats and good scores, and a deserved champion here. And Vahine Ferreira also putting on such a good show. And what a final. Both these surfers have given us a display of great surfing throughout the last 9 days or so. And yeah, well done, Bella Kenworthy and the family, really tenting down here in South Africa for the next month. And this will just make their trip to South Africa even better, taking a win here in Ballito.
Well, on screen is your champion of the 3rd stop of the Challenger Series. She's just letting it all soak in here. She's starting to look to the beach. Dad, Jason, and family have been a strong support squad. We've seen some of the San Clemente crew as well. We saw Kate Matson earlier. But commiserations and, well, just a tip of the hat of respect to Vahine Ferro as well. Another solid result on the Challenger Series. Another final here in Ballito. And we made that discussion earlier, Greg. One of the best all-rounders from 10-foot Chopu to 2 to 3 foot Ballito and everything between. Vahine Ferro is on her way to being a household name, care of the upcoming Olympics. But for now, the moment belongs to this lady on screen, Bella Kenworthy. A 6.5 early on in the heat. She found that with the 2-turn combination on the left. She then switched over and did 2 great turns, spicing up those scorecards, and found a 6 to back herself up. And, well, the South African board manufacturers will be proud as well. A win on the Challenger Series for the Almeric and Channel Islands crew as well on that Rook. A little 5.5. And certainly Bella Kenworthy is starting to break into a massive smile. And, well, why shouldn't she? As she's a winner here in Ballito.
And Shane is one of the guys carrying her up there. She's not allowed to touch the sand, right? They've got to carry her straight up the tower. and well done, and just so polished, that performance. And that, we look at that USA corners just looking strong. They've got a good crew behind them, and they're going to be feeling good into this men's final as well.
Well, Bella Kenworthy got a third last year on the Challenger Series in Sydney. She got a 9th here in Ballito last year. She's young. She's just 17 years of age. She got a 5th and lost to Sally Fitzgibbons in the quarterfinals in Narrabeen, but she's gone all the way here, and she's taken out the gold in Ballito. A big set of numbers as well, 10,000 points, Greg. She's going to be rocketing up from 15th into the top of the discussion. And what a moment for the Kenworthy family.
Oh, what a cool shot on screen, and that's just a moment they're always going to remember forever. Jason,
that's a wall hanger right there.
Right there, and Jason, just such a cool guy, and such a good support for his family, and he knows surfing. He's been around forever, really good photographer, and what a cool guy as well. So he's going to really enjoy this moment, and the family's going to have a great time here in South Africa on the rest of their stay as they travel around the coast for another month or 6 weeks. So cool story behind Bella Kenworthy's win.
Happy smiles from this young lady. Take note of the name, young Bella Kenworthy. As we mentioned, she's been around for a while. You think of the push of the young American woman, Kira Pinkerton. Of course, we saw this with Caitlin Simmers a season or 2 back. Sawyer Lindblad, the same, going to the top of the sport. Of course, Zoe Benedito, all young names pushing the American surf level on the women's side of competition. But today belongs to this lady. Outstanding from young Bella. And we're looking forward to getting some. We're going to stick a mic in under her face right now with Mike. Let's go and hear from our winner.
I'm here on the beach with the winner of the Ballito Pro Women's Division, Bella Kenworthy. We can't get access to her just yet because of the number of autograph hunters that want young Bella's autograph. I'll try and make my way around to her. Bella, you're the winner of the Ballito Pro 2024 presented by O'Neill. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm super excited. That was such a tough heat, so I'm really excited.
Looking at your week, you guys arrived here and your boards didn't arrive, your luggage didn't arrive, so it was a little bit of a rocky start. However, your confidence and progression through the heats just got better and better. You are on absolute fire today. And how does it feel to win the Challenger Series event?
Yeah, it feels crazy. My goal coming here was just to get a better result than I've been getting, which is quarters. So yeah, it feels amazing. Definitely had a rough start to the trip without my boards and clothes, but it's such a fun way to end the trip.
And Bella, tell us, what does this mean to you in terms of your overall goals for the year? A Challenger Series win is huge, and the youngsters really, really punching through and knocking out some of the older, more seasoned veterans in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this means a lot to me. I'm kind of just taking each comp, each comp at a time, and just seeing where it takes me, and trying to do the best I can. So yeah.
Fantastic results. Congratulations, and we can't wait to give you a big trophy on the stage. Back to you guys.
Well, smiles all round. Mark Frew smiling as much as Bella Kenworthy there. But Bella is our champion. What a result here for the young Californian campaigner, challenging for a season-end top 5 finish. We'll be on our way to the men's final show. We'll take a very quick break. We'll call in Paul Evans for duty. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro coming to you from South Africa. The Challenger Series coming to you from South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series Finals Day in South Africa. Just one more heat remains. It's the men's final. Having a look at Nolan Raposa, the American, taking on Ian Gouveia of Brazil. A number in already for Raposa, 5.83 dialed in. Let's have a look at this, Greg.
So looking for the right-hander, and he's been talking about these big hits on the right-hander. So a good start for him. Just solid surfing again. He's, love that turn, how he pushed that tail. And so opting for the right-handers, I thought we would have seen our surfers in this final possibly looking at those lefts into the wind. They both got those lofty forehand air rotations. So we'll see them mix it up. But Nolan looking really sharp on that first wave. And this is that first wave, as we see, just gliding over those sections. And just love the approach on that Pazel Highline epoxy that he's riding. And that turn there, for me, was the money turn. Super loose and responsive on that maneuver.
Squeezing the juice on that last section there, Raposa. Geeks, in terms of conditions, it's been a feature that we've had dynamic shifting conditions. What are we expecting to happen throughout, we've got 25 minutes to go. These conditions are going to stay similar to this. You can see that wind whipping up out the back.
Yeah, Paul, Greg just alluded to it there as we broke that first wave of Nolan Raposa down. The big scores have been coming this morning. We saw Ian Gouveia and Nolan Raposa unpick their semi-finals and push through here by going left and going to the wind. And I feel that that still is out in the lineup for us as we go into the finals here.
Of course, both of these two surfers with names derived from the Portuguese. Raposa means the male fox. Yeah, it's a reference to the bushy tail. Okay. Can Nolan be fantastic Mr. Fox here in the final? This is already a career best result for him in the final on the Challenger Series with a score on the board of 5.83. Ian Gouveia, his career best, a semi-final at the Pipe Masters back in 2017. It's been a little while for him. Let's see how he goes, and there's still plenty of time. Let's go down to Mike Frew with our runner-up from the women's final.
Vahine. Very close final, and you almost had it there. It was very close between the two of you. But second place is not a bad result. You go up the ratings and you got a lot of points going from Ballito, but more importantly, great preparation for the Olympics.
Yeah, I'm super happy with this result. It was kind of, this week was kind of about, going to work, going back to work after winning Te Hupo. I had to put my head down and come here and surf well here, and which I did, and which I'm really proud of. And then and now I think I'm gonna have maybe 1 or 2 spa days because I would love to rest a little. And then I'm going back home, and there's a big swell coming. And I don't think I will surf it because it looks pretty big, and I wanna and then just get back to work, go back and surf Te Hupo in all conditions, and get ready with my Olympic team, and back with Jeremy Flores, which is my coach for the Olympics. And we have a pretty good team, and I'm really looking forward to going back home and surf at home.
Your surfing this week has inspired so many youngsters here in Ballito, and I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for the sport of surfing in our area, and thank you for putting on such a great performance, and we wish you all the best for the Olympics, which start in 18 days' time.
Yes, thank you. For me, like my biggest motivation is to try to inspire the younger generation to find their passion, and even if it's in surfing or not in surfing, like find something that they love and go for it. And hopefully, I can inspire the younger generation. And if I do, I won everything.
Awesome, Vahinech. Safe travels and all the best. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Great words there. Speaking of younger generation, Bella Kenworthy, just 17 years old. So that youth movement from the women, that storyline was bubbling over for a couple of years and really coming to the surface. Absolutely incredible. Giggs, you mentioned some of the names that have been just putting themselves in for contention directly for world titles. And sometimes we think, surfers, they come for the Challenge Tour, you've got to kind of like pay your dues and make your way up. But it feels like at the moment, we're seeing these young surfers burst on the scene on the women's side, and suddenly they're in contention from the get-go. It's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing push. Of course, Lakey Peterson, with the California push, just kind of backing off a little. And wow, here comes Katie Simmers, here comes Sawyer Lindblad, and all these new talents. And certainly Bella Kenworthy right down that track of the story.
23 minutes just under to go, and a number to come in for Raposa. Let's see how he goes. We've got a score for Gouveia as well, 4-5. So the opening exchange goes by way of the American. Here goes Gouveia, up and riding, forehand, loading up. I think we know what's coming here. A flat spin and a completion, crucially for him. He'll just stomp on the nose. There's a bit of wind blowing in there, and he just made sure he got the finish. He did that, and he's asked a question of the panel. They'll be looking quite closely at some of the nuances of that rotation. Greg, how high it was, how fast the spin, the landing as well. But pretty decent stuff there from Gouveia.
Ian really, really wanted that, and he paddled like mad into that wave. He saw the opportunity. He had to get into it quickly. He had to get ahead of that wave, and that paddle stroke was just amazing. It looked good. First impression is it's solid, and let's just have a look. Look at that paddle. Gets the high line for the speed, loads up, and gets a beautiful rotation. The height maybe not super high, but he came forward of that maneuver, and he did rotate completely before the landing. No grab as well. So those are a good couple of boxes to tick there. It's got to be possibly 7 or above, in my opinion. But let's see. We compare it to some of those earlier scores. The judges have been loving those airs on those left-handers, though.
Surfers of this caliber, I mean, that kind of maneuver is something that they'd have on lock. But he did get a feeling with that one. He just willed himself to the completion gig. You could almost see his front foot there, right on that heel edge of the board. But the desire to cling onto that got it done.
Emotionally invested as Ian Gouveia in 2024. We spoke of his front foot performance. And just another thing to note here, if I took 3 surfers out of the draw of the Ballito Pro that surf very similar, same strategy, same lethal weapons, you'd think Jackson Bunch, you'd think Nolan Raposa, and you'd think Ian Gouveia. They're all diminutive, shorter, goofy footers. And, well, I mean, they've all been success stories. But this is a really hard, this is such an evenly balanced and matched final here for us, guys.
Here we go. We've got a paddle down the beach from Raposa. He's identified, he's got priority, and he's got a stretched out left. You can see the eyeballs just extending. Here he goes. He'll load up off the bottom. Raposa into the top. Tags it hard and just rocks over the toes and goes down. A mistake by the American there. And he'll be a little annoyed with himself. We've had plenty of time to try and wash that off, but an opportunity to do some major damage on that wave. It looked like it was setting up sweetly. Greg, what happened?
I think a lapse of concentration. It's one of the first mistakes we've seen early on in a heat from Nolan. Can he reset? That's going to be the question. It looked straight away like there was going to be a point of difference. He wasn't just looking for the air, and he was possibly looking to really slice through that turn and then probably get a rotation. So I like the look of it at the start. Sadly, just losing his footing with that increased wind and incomplete on that maneuver.
Energy on the beach has been big throughout this event. Let's go down to Mike Through. He's with the Brazilian squad.
I'm here on the surface deck. We've got the Brazilian contingent dialed in, anxiously watching this heat with Ian Gouveia, their fellow countryman, in the final here at the Ballito Pro. looking at the scores on the replay on the television set, getting their lunch, and are we going to see a Brazilian champion? They certainly hope so, and nervous moments for the Brazilians as we approach the halfway mark in the men's final. Back to you guys.
Mike Gouveia with a number to come in for that rotation, and he made sure he stomped it. The judges are going to pay it off here. 7-1-7 for him. He'll actually remain in second place for now, but he's brought the requirement right down. It's not a big number. Here's the reaction from Matt Myers. That's what he thinks, and just a little shake of the head there. And I think he's just noting down that mistake from Nolan Raposa as he just fell with an opportunity to do some damage on the scoreboard here, Giggs. I think the one thing from his favour, what you want a heat with plenty of waves coming through. If you do make a mistake, you want to try and make amends from it quickly. And the consistency from the ocean, the kind of energy that we're feeling, I reckon he'll get another shot pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg and I looked at each other as that left started coming into picture. It's one of the taller, bigger left-hand opportunities. I think there'll still be more out there. The conditions just on the tide turn now. There is a push. And let's see if Nolan Raposa can continue the momentum.
Backhand work here from Raposa. Just trying to knife that board around, just over surfing that a touch. He maybe just on the bottom 10, did the double pump just to try and get some speed, and maybe feeling a little bit from that last missed opportunity on the left-hander, just trying to make amends there. Forcing the issue a touch, Greg?
A forced issue, but, you know, one mistake often leads to another mistake. We've spoken about Nolan, and he's been looking at the beach a lot. He's been sort of getting a bit of feedback from what I've seen from his coach, Matty Myers, wearing the bright cap. Hopefully for him, he didn't look at the beach when that cap was nodding, not looking quite that positive. Might have put some negativity into him. But you've just got to, there's so much time here. You've got to be positive. You load up on one of those left-handers. He got an 8 for that huge air this morning, and he can do that. He's just got to keep calm.
Greg, you're a former championship tour surfer. You have a whole contest, and then you have a final. The final is a bit detached from the rest of the journey, and finals are finals, and you know you've been in them against the likes of Fanning and such. In a situation like this, is Nolan Raposa just starting to burst out of his seams a little bit here because there is a more experienced surfer in Ian Gouveia in the lineup? Is there more calmness to Gouveia at this stage as Raposa starting to just bump against the corners a little bit here?
It's a good question, but definitely when you go to a final, you've got to focus on getting the very best waves and doing your very best surfing. And now we have live action.
Yeah, Raposa will go. I'll have to give way Gouvea's priority, and he'll two-turn tag that and goes down hard. He got a little late. He wanted the first turn, maybe getting a bit greedy there, trying to squeeze 2 in. The second one was always going to be tough to do. Just the dynamics of that wave, that strong cross-off, whipping into it, and just held him up there a touch.
Yeah, he got held up, so a bit of a mistake from Ian, but that wind really holding him on that section. He'll just regroup, and I think both of these surfers will settle and find something. We definitely haven't seen the end of this yet.
There's just been a lightness and a fun to Nolan Raposa through the draw, and there's a heaviness right now in the final, and that's why I kind of threw that question at you there, Greg. Is there a little bit of stress on the go here?
Frantic signals coming in from the squad. I don't know what those body movements mean. Let's hope Nolan Raposa knows. Under 16 minutes to go in this. It is the American with the lead at the moment. It's not a huge one. Ian Gouvea's got the high score for a rotation on the left. He needs a 4.66. We'll be crowning a champion here at Ballito in the next 16 minutes. We'll conclude the final right after the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Men's final out in the water here at Ballito at the moment. Raposa, the American, with a narrow lead. Look at those score lines. We've got a number to come in for Raposa. We also see Gouveia there on the inside as we'll pick up live vision of our lineup here. Raposa out the back with priority and on the prowl. And really, really exciting final. The sun's popped back out and it is super clean out there. You can see that wind whipping out the back. We've been expecting that to come through. But in terms of the action on the face, it's pretty groomed. Here's Raposa punting.
Yeah, so look, a nice punt, smaller wave. But maybe it's going to make him feel good. As Giggs and I were saying, he needs to get that smile back on his face. And this is Ian on the replay, loading up. And little straight air for him, so that would have felt good as well. And how nice does it look suddenly with the sun shining through the waves? It looks a bit more playful.
Gouveia there with a slob grab, just showing something a little different for the panel. 13 on the clock. Let's think about numbers as they come through. Raposa, 447 won't help him. So he'll be just under with that. Meanwhile, we'll get a number for Gouveia. Thinking about the high score, Ian did get that 717. In terms of the numbers for those airs, that's relatively low for a big air on the left. So that's positive in terms of Raposa. If he can go bigger and go excellent, he's done it in every heat. Meanwhile, he is absolutely trucking here. He'll load up big air and down Raposa. That one, he just absolutely raced through the gears there, just losing control.
Greg, if he could have stuck that and just kept his feet in the wax and that wind into the concave of that board, that thing could have lofted another foot in the air. So it's game on here. 12 and a half to go, boys. Hard to call a winner at this stage.
Looking at these scores, you know, Nolan, we've spoken about him, maybe not the heat going quite the way it has through the earlier rounds, but still sits with a 6, which is keeping him well within the game. And Ian hasn't really backed up that 717, just a 4-5. And as we get down to that last sort of 12 minutes, if Nolan can find something solid, a really solid score, things are going to really get turned upside down in this final.
Well, Greg, remember, we don't have a number for that slob air yet.
Here it is, and he'll go to the lead here. Gouveia gets it in, 5-6 for him, jumps to first. And really then identifying a section and maximising again. I think it's been key throughout that Ian Gouveia has been able to do throughout this event is just surf up the potentials of waves. Let's get another look.
Yeah, so just looking so fun. And there we go, the slob air, and just, yeah, I mean, really technical, just possibly a slightly smaller wave than his previous one. But I tell you what, just looking at how Ian's surfing here, I think Tatiana Western Webb's sent him about 48 text or WhatsApp saying, I want
have the board back.
I want the board back for sure.
Not getting it back with the Oki and Slater signatures on the bottom.
Thing just quadrupled in value.
Well, Paul, the numbers, 6, 7, 8, Paul, for Nolan Raposa, that's well within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like in terms of, that score that we've been talking about all this event, he's been getting those 8-point rides. He's been going into the excellent range. And a lot of surfers, we'll see the best out of them when they do need to think about that. You don't necessarily associate Raposa with someone who's looking for 5s, surfing to requirements. He really just wants to go full bore, full tear. He's going to need to do that here. He doesn't have priority either at the moment, does he? So he'll just have to be a little bit patient. He'll want some set waves come through. He'll want some opportunities here, but a couple of things not quite going his way so far in this one. Just a couple of minor missteps from him. Let's see how he can go. It's been a different question, as we've been mentioning. He's had that flow throughout. It's been emphatic performances throughout his heats. He's seen that big energy. He's looking back at the tower. And in this one, I'm not going to say he's on the ropes, but he's just doing a little bit of backpedaling and needs to try and switch that around.
The thing I see with Nolan is that that question mark. You're not sure what he's going to do, and the excitement makes me want to see more, because he just goes full tilt at every maneuver. And I don't know if you've been following some of the social media, but he did that huge turn, probably what we've called the biggest turn of the event. And he said when he saw that section coming, he was thinking of that maneuver Gabriel Medina did at J-Bay on their closeout. And they did the comparisons on the WSL social media. And was a slightly smaller wave to Gabriel's, but the technique and everything was exactly the same. So he was premeditating that turn. So he does have, he does look like he's just swinging for the heels, but he has some form of premeditation through these maneuvers as well.
Yeah, it's easy to argue that Nolan Raposa of the two finalists has the X factor, but it's up against the calm and the experience of Ian Gouveia, and they're both able to go to the air. So this is a great final to match up.
All right, Raposa allowed to take this from under the priority of Gouveia. What's he got for us here? All load up, he's coiled, and again, that will just fire away from him. So just having a little bit of difficulty just maintaining the traction at the moment. And Ian Gouveia will just watch on there, survey everything from a position of the lead in terms of numerically. The points, he's also got priority as well. 8.5 to go here. We're on the verge of a brand new champion here in Ballito. Just a reminder, we've just crowned a 17-year-old Bella Kenworthy for the women. And we're looking at either Gouveia or Raposa with a big, either way, it's a great result for these two making the final, but to take it out and become champion here in South Africa, a list of illustrious names on that trophy. We talked about at the top of this event, we're comparing kind of conditions that we were expecting. We said the Brazilians, we thought they would go well in these kind of conditions, been able to make the adjustments. That's been true so far. But Raposa, you have to say, he's been outstanding throughout this event, and with just a slightly different shift in momentum for him. I guess now a lot of that comes down to that mental game. He's made a couple of mistakes. He's slipped off a couple of times. That's not something that we've been seeing on this event. And I guess it comes down to that thing we talked about at previous seats, almost just erasing what's gone before and thinking, you know what? In my corner, I only needed high 6. I got plenty of time to get it. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, as we see the recap, he'll definitely be thinking that. And this almost feels like an age ago, these couple of right-handers, but just so electric through these turns. Watch this one. Vertical, wah, pushes that tail down. So looking strong. He just needs that opportunity, and give him the opportunity. He won't say no, and he'll go hard. But just a series of strong maneuvers on those right-handers. You feel he'll need a left-hander and go to the air to really attack that number. And Ian Gouveia with that turn, just solid through the air, full rotation. Then kicks the slop grab here as well.
Yep, 5.6 just to recap it. A 7.17 and a 5.6 has Ian Gouveia in the lead. And Ian, well, he's got the experience. Nolan's got the X factor. How do we script the last 6.5 minutes, Paul?
Well, I just think this next wave that comes through is going to be really, really crucial, isn't it? Gouveia, even his low number 5.6, that's well within his capabilities. And with that priority and a little bit of time now to sort of settle and think about that score. So if he sees a wave that doesn't offer what he feels to be at least a 6, he doesn't need to get involved in it. And it gets to that stage where if he can just push that score up now, really get inside Nolan's head, that's what he'll be hoping to do. Add that bit of scoreboard pressure. And when you got to surf a little bit out of his comfort zone and you apply a bit more pressure, things can get really uncomfortable.
I just wanted to say to Greg, we've had wind. We've had onshores. We've had side shores. We haven't had brisk offshores of this strength, and that just seems to be tripping up Nolan Raposa at this stage.
It is, definitely. He's going so hard that in the air, the wind's almost playing a few tricks with his board and not sticking to his feet quite like he wants. But live action.
Gouveia will use priority here, and he'll wait for a ramp. Here he goes, and he'll go super tail high and inverted, and he'll throw it away. So we speculated on that next priority. He's used it, and he hasn't added to his total. So Raposa now with a little bit of a click in momentum back towards him in terms of the lineup. That's his for now. There's the Brazilian squad all watching on, giving their support for Gouveia. At the moment, it is pretty nervy out there. It's quite edgy. It feels like the opening exchanges through to that middle part of the heat. That's where the damage was done. And since then, it's just sat down a bit. The last real movement we had on the scoreboard was that air from Gouveia. Since then, tension's building.
Tension's building, and again, you know, you look at stats, and stats will probably go somewhere along the line of if you win a Challenger Series event as a male, you're probably going to qualify for the championship tour. So you think you're taking the 10,000 points home here, there's a good chance in 2025 you're on the championship tour. I mean, that is massive pressure, surely.
Yeah, Gouveia already coming here inside that top 10, 5th position coming into South Africa. Good couple of results for him in Australia already. Another banger of a result. So his best start by far on the Challenger Series, and he'll be feeling wherever this final goes the next 4 minutes, very confident about seeing out the back half of the season and get himself back on the championship tour. It's been a little while for Ian, and he came through with that youthful energy. He's part of that movement from Brazil, but that was a while ago now, and he'd love to get back there on the championship tour, rejoin that strong Brazilian squad. 4 minutes away from a win here. Priority is Nolan Raposa, and we're having a look at a spin, and Gouveia will get involved. A hard paddle here, the chin down. He wants this left. He'll find it from behind, just driving that thing, opening up as that stiff offshore makes that wave tube for Gouveia. He was looking for a ramp. He won't get there, and it will still be Raposa in that lineup with Priority. He's on the prowl here, and with 3.5 minutes gigs, might think, how many more sets is he really going to have to go at this?
I think everyone's going to have another shot at this, Paul. Greg, you'll agree with me. I mean, there's enough consistency now as the tide turns over. There's pulses, there's pushes coming through. But we just haven't seen an offshore this strong all draw long.
Well, Ian's forgot to lock the back door here, and that back door is slightly open, in my opinion. And there's opportunity for Nolan.
Raposa, here he goes, looking for 6, 7, 8. He'll load up with a ton of speed here. And he'll go the big rotation with the grab. He'll go down. It looked like, did he slightly catch on the bottom turn there?
Yep, he did. There was just, as Giggs was mentioning, that bit of wind that's picked up, put a little bit more of a ruffle on the waves, and just does give that little catch. And with the epoxy board as well, maybe...
I was going to say, the board almost looks too light underfoot of Raposa in the blustery conditions now.
Yeah, that wind might just be playing games with that poppy epoxy feel on that board. Let's have a look at the replay. So there, he's got the speed, and right there, that little catch. And goes, still manages to get up into the air, but if he didn't have that catch, he would have had a lot more drift, a lot more fly through that section.
Yeah, that outside rail catch, just robbing 10% of momentum there, and that was the stumbling block in that wave.
Really interesting to see on that slow-mo. It's almost like his pump lifted the board up, wasn't it, into the bottom turn. He actually kind of over-pumped. That responsiveness of that board, so lively. In that case, a little bit too much, and it's these minute, fine margins of this highly technical surfing that make all the difference here. Final couple of minutes at the moment. Gouveia with the lead, with Priority. And this is a tough position now for Nolan Raposa at the moment. It looks like Ian Gouveia has got one hand on the trophy here at the Ballito Pro. Raposa will still try and get involved. He'll get busy. He's a hustler. He's intense. He'll try and snaffle something. He'll try and sell something. But he can't do any of that stuff unless waves come through. And at the moment, it looks a little becalmed.
Ian's also got Kelly Slater and Mark Okilupa with him out there, signed on his board.
Greg, a 6, 7, 8. Come on, that is a low score for Nolan Raposa at Ballito in 2024.
It is.
The requirement is low. It's so in his wheelhouse.
Where's his head at? I mean, he must be saying, I can do this. Like, give me an opportunity. But Priority is also going to have the last say, yeah, because that's key.
Yeah, boys, the other thing, just it's a 5.6 in the scoreline for Gouveia too. So you feel, this thing could go anyway, even down to this last minute.
Oh. What do we want to see? We want to see a set of 2 waves coming through, both surfers getting an equal opportunity at the end. Yeah. That'll be a magical finish, right?
Raposa's had 6 waves under 1 point, so a lot of swings at this and a lot of unsuccessful attempts, and it's getting a little bit repetitious for him, and he needs to find something here. It's going to be tough. 35 seconds remaining. Gouveia will stick all over him here, and Ian Gouveia with that 7-1-7 that just added that extra quality. Using that air, it's been an absolute weapon into the wind, and the winds continue to whip up since then. If anything, we like a light wind going in for the airs. It's made it a little bit tougher. We're going to round out here as we'll count down final 10 seconds. And these two keeping very close quarters to each other here. Gouveia will go this just to block, and Ian Gouveia, this will be a victory lap as he's on the tail, and he absolutely loves it. Just soul arches his way in. And tell you what, he has been an absolute character throughout this event. He's been really good value, great energy from him. Absolutely stoked. Congratulations to Ian Gouveia. He's your 2024 champ at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Also, hats off to Nolan Raposa. It might not feel like it at the moment. He'll be a bit disappointed with himself, but I think, when he reflects on this, what an epic performance from him here in South Africa.
epic performance, Nolan can walk away from here stoked. He's got something to hold on to. He's got the points. But Ian Gouveia, coming off 2/5 in Australia, taking the win. He's flying through to the championship tour next year. I'll tell you who's going to be very stoked is his dad at home watching. He's been messaging me online. So good hello to Fabio Gouveia, legendary Brazilian surfer, and congratulations, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid performance from the Brazilian. Respect being shown there from Nolan Raposa as well. And we felt this was a really well-weighted, well-balanced final going into it. Both surfers having similar strengths and stature in the lineup. And a closer encounter on the scorecard as well, Paul.
Yeah, less than a point in it between these two. A nice moment for them in the lineup. A big smile from Raposa. He'll be absolutely delighted, you know, when he reflects on it with a second-place finish. It's really lit his campaign up. Didn't get anything going in Oz. And here in Ballito, making it all the way to the final, head to the US Open, where he's made semis last year. But right now, think of that Brazilian squad and all the support they offer. They're on the beach, right? They'll be in full voice soon. The Groms will get involved as well. They're inspired. But congratulations to Ian Gouveia, your champion here. And his energy throughout this event, absolutely incredible. Just deserves for his performance.
Unbelievable. And he deserves it. He's just been solid throughout. He's had the air game, the big turns, and the sportsmanship at the end was also top-notch.
And that thing did go down to the last second, by the way. I mean, if Nolan had been in priority in that very moment on rotation, we could have had a different result. So that one went to the wire. Great final, good spirits all round. And wow, what a campaign in 2024 this man is having, guys.
Classic. And there are those signatures on the bottom of his board from Kelly and Mark.
From the Heritage Heat.
Yeah.
That's such a cool story. He wins a Challenger Series event on Tatiana Western Webb's board. Oh, we love it. Great stories coming out of Ballito, guys.
Gouveia getting cheered up the beach here from Lucas Silveira. And Rafael Teixeira, I think that is there with him. And they'll be absolutely delighted, the Brazilian squad. We called it from the very beginning. First morning show we did. Saying how strong the Brazilians could be in these kind of conditions. And it pays off for Ian Gouveia, and it means so much to him. Miguel Pupo sharing in that as well, getting it on the handy cam. These are moments that when you look back in your career, Greg, you know, all the things that go on around tour, the work that goes in, some of the injuries as well, time away from tour in the case of Ian's situation. But to get back and get that win, it almost means even more when you've been away for a little while.
Especially when you now go back, you got that experience. He's just going to build on it. He's going to have a calm mind, and he's part of the Brazilian storm, and they just support each other and all putting in the work, and they've got a champion out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, when we narrowed down this, on the one side this morning was the two older, experienced Brazilians. On the other side, Nolan Raposa taking on Winter Vincent, a young push. So it's a great story all round, and we'll take a lot away from this Challenger Series stop here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's been a really entertaining one throughout the week. In terms of performances, you know, the Challenger Series is here for a reason. It's to qualify surfers back for the Championship Tour. And from what we've seen in terms of performances, I tell you what, in terms of the overlap between these two tours, absolutely state-of-the-art, brilliant surfing on this tour. Let's go and hear from our champion. Mike Frew is with Ian Gouveia.
Ian Gouveia from Brazil. You are the Ballito Pro 2024 champion.
Yeah, man. Stoked, man, stoked. Yeah, unbelievable. Humble off my part. I knew I deserved it this moment, you know. It's a long time training for that, and more than for me, but for my family and all the people that helped me for this moment to happen. It's a lot of people that help us, and so I'm really glad that I did this to them. All my family, trainers, coaches, team, everyone gotta thank a lot.
If I'm not mistaken, this takes you to #1 on the Challenger Series in the world. A great way to go through into your potential qualifying for 2025.
Yes, I know, it's been a while that I fell off tour. So, yeah, it's always, you know, a war with the head of the thinkings, like, if you're gonna be capable of come back and to be on tour again. And it's been I don't know, 5 years, and this year, in the beginning of the year, I told myself that like I'll do this year like do or die year. So I'll do my best. I'm not doing any regionals or anything in Brazil. Just want to do the challenge and get on tour.
Well, congratulations again. A fantastic result, and it's working out for you. A great win here in Ballito.
Yeah, thank you, man. I told you, man. Kelly and Aki signature in a surfboard. It's magic.
The magic board working. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Absolutely delighted Ian Gouveia there. Love that interview. Just his face lighting up when he finds out that he's #1 on the Challenger Series. Two very deserved champions in the form of Bella Kenworthy, just 17 years old, and Ian Gouveia right there. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We've still got the Corona post-show. We're going to break down all the big talking points from a great week here in South Africa on the Challenger Series. Got the awards presentation too, right after the break.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
What happens underwater is out of sight and out of mind. We're now aware that plastic in our oceans is at an all-time epidemic.
And a very warm welcome to the Corona Zero Post Show for the last time here for this installment of the Ballito Pro. And what a week it's been. Champions have just been crowned here with some big performances when it mattered most. We're going to shuffle up the ratings on the Challenger Series. We'll update you with all that information. But for the moment, just vibing off the emotion here, guys. And sometimes surf events, they can seem a bit angsty. There's a lot of pressure. We're talking about consequence and rewards that might be available. I just feel like as a takeaway for me from this event, it just feels like it's been really fun. You guys in South Africa, you know how to have fun. It's been like that this week.
I agree. It's been great fun. We've seen great surfing, and it's just been one of those events. It's been beach days for families, great fun ways for the surfers, and we've seen a lot of fun surfing.
Yeah, Geeks, before we got into this event, we were looking at the forecast. I mean, you guys are rabid checkers of the forecast. We're talking about the sand a little bit as well, maybe saying it's not quite what it is some years. And, you know, you're thinking, okay, maybe this could be a tough one. I feel like the performances from both the women and the men on tour in the Challenger Series, they've made this just electrifying. It's been incredible to watch every day.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of talking points will come out of this week, the third stop on the Challenger Series. You mentioned that forecasting at Surfline really did nail it pretty much to the hour, Greg. We kind of saw those swells coming up. It's been a consistent run. There was one morning right at the beginning of the window where we just held off. The rest of the time, tours and competition have picked out the best windows and, well, certainly brushed offshores today. Gave surfers opportunities, as it did, Greg, through the whole week as well. I mean, we were getting nines out of single maneuvers here. Peaky beach breaks. We mentioned the sand there, Paul. Look, it wasn't premium Ballito, but still super fun, and no one's going to leave Ballito with a complaint.
No, absolutely. Well, certain surfers are going to leave Ballito with plenty more points under them for the Challenger Series. Let's take a look at our bracket for the men and just see how things set up for the final bracket. Obviously, it's all about going as deep as you can into the event, getting yourself in contention to go all the way, and a nice diversity from our surfers. We did shuffle things up significantly on the men's side, with a lot of those top surfers falling out of the draw in this one, and that meant big opportunities for surfers that maybe didn't get the results going in Australia to find something here in South Africa.
Absolutely, and I mean, you look at the points on offer, you think about Nolan coming in second. He's going with big points. Ian Gouveia just taking 10,000 and running, and then you look at Edgar Grogier. He's just been on fire again. Semifinals, good points, and then Winter Vincent. He was really coming here as experience, and he's walking away as a lot of people's favorite surfers, and he's going away with big points. He might have to restructure his year and think about bigger things.
Well, Greg, you mentioned you must get a win on the Challenger Series if you want to finish in that top 10 picture come year end. Having a look at the 2023 rankings, around 18,000 points is where it cuts off. So 10,000 for Ian Gouveia, plus his 2 quarterfinal points hauls pushes him here to the top of the Challenger Series rankings. But as you mentioned, Nolan Raposa, big jump. Winter Vincent, everybody in that bracket on screen there is taking big jumps forward in 2024 here.
Yeah, interesting to see names like Gouveia. We've already seen him on the championship tour, but it's just him from among those 8 quarterfinalists who we have seen at the very highest elite level, and that breakthrough story from Winter Vincent. We saw it last year a little bit with George Pittar, almost a similar kind of story from him, and look where he's gone from there, what he's been able to do on the championship tour as a wild card this year. So a very bright future for the likes of Winter Vincent. The men's final just went down. It was really entertaining one. Sometimes when it comes to final, a bit nervy, a bit edgy. No one wants to lose, but this one was absolute entertaining from the get-go.
Oh, what a final it was. I mean, look at it. We had a bit of everything. I loved this wave at the start from Nolan. This turn right here, I've spoken about it. Whips it up to that board, just looks like it flies. He was backing up. He was trying to run away with the lead early on, and not a bad strategy, but just working through these turns, and gets another strong finish there. Put together 2 good waves at the start, and then Gigs, we did see this one.
Well, 717, we've seen Ian Gouveia really performing. He's gone into the 8s and 9s, as has Nolan Raposa as well. We felt this was a very well-balanced final here, guys.
And then the slob grab, straight air, just technically very good, with lots of wind coming in to the face. So backing that 717 up and holding on to priority very wisely at the end. It was anyone's game, but Ian Gouveia just putting together a great week of surfing here.
Yeah, really emotional moment for him as well. We just saw in that interview at the end, and he said he's been away for a little while. Always, I mean, everyone loves a comeback story, right? We like a narrative, but just been at that very highest level and maybe seen things slip away a little bit, maybe seen some younger surfers that he's known for a long time, been competing against. They're in the limelight. They're the ones on tour, and he's watching them from the sidelines a little bit. How good is it to see him getting back and building that momentum for a shot at the CT?
Skill, strategy, attitude. Gigs, you got to admit, that experience counts a lot. So surfers going into their early 30s, into mid-30s, a couple of years there left for Ian. I think he could shine for a couple of years.
Yeah, of course, Aleo Munez knocking on the door, care of that strong run through Australia as well. So yes, experience is an important ingredient, and it's been the theme on the one end of the story, and then the young talent pushing. That's exactly what the Challenger Series format is about.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see that unfold. That has been our storyline throughout. Let's turn our attentions over to the women, and very much so with that strong push of the youth movement on tour. Let's have a look at that women's bracket and see where we are with that. Of course, just 5 places up for grabs on the Challenger Series for the women, so it really is about going very deep into events. So 10 places for the men, just 5 for the women, and those wins are hugely important. Even quarter-final finishes, it's a strong result, but you really want to go semis or finals, get yourself in contention for a spot on tour. And in this event, what we saw is a repeat performance in terms of the final from Vahine Fierro from last year. But we open up a brand new chapter in a career here, Gigs, for Bella Kenworthy with the win at just 17. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. Career best at this level on the Challenger Series. Kenworthy, make a note of it. We mentioned the strong California push. We saw it 2 seasons back with Caitlin Simmers. And, well, here comes Bella Kenworthy. She just needs to just stay focused now and have another good run in California over at Huntington Beach, and she'll be right up the rankings now. And there's just also credit to Vahine Fierro. I mean, what an all-round athlete, Craig.
Yeah, Vahine has been top 10 both 22 and 23, so she's building. She knows the game. She's working towards championship tour. She's got Olympics coming up, and of course we've spoken about that. 2.5 weeks away, she's going to be the surfer to watch. Bella Kenworthy, I think she's had different plans. She wasn't quite expecting this win, and I think she's going to be changing plans very quickly for the rest of the year.
And also just to mention a tip of the hat to Sophia Medina. She did take a bad bump in that semi-final. She spoke of an injured back, but wow, what a performance from young Medina in 2024.
Yeah, that's been really interesting to see her go. Let's take a look at our women's final. Remind ourselves what went down. It was a return showing for Fierro, already with the win on the championship tour this year, taking on the young Bella Kenworthy. And when she opened up, we were like, all right, this is the formula. It's working so far, so good. But Kenworthy had something to say about this.
Yeah, Bella, this has been her go-to. Those backhand turns on those lefts have been strong. She got the 2-turn combos. And Vahine really was trying to find those right-handers that were breaking up a little bit and fairly tricky to surf.
Well, this is where the wind started affecting it, Greg, and we spoke about it. You and I were on the call for this final. The best score of this ladies' final actually came from a left-hander. So did it in the men's final. And Vahine Fierro, if she had a soft heat, it was this final, because she really was fetching outstanding scores all the way through the draw of the Ballito Pro on her backhand.
Yep, and she was sticking to her guns. She was waiting for that right-hander to come, the one that runs down the beach, offers those 3 turns. It's worked for her all contest long. Sadly for her in the final, she didn't find that good lip line with that running right-hander. And second place finish, huge points. But Bella Kenworthy, as you mentioned, getting that good left-hander, 2 strong turns, and taking the win.
Yeah, the Star-Spangled Banner flapping in the breeze there for the young American Bella Kenworthy. Interesting to hear Vahine Fierro saying she's going to take a couple of spa days just to recuperate before Tahiti. Commentary team, what, a couple of days in the spa, maybe 3 or 4. Get the toweling robe on, a little glass of Chardonnay.
For us?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'd rather do what Bella and Jason Kenworthy are going to do. They're going to go see some wildlife. They're going to hang out. They're going to go down to J-Bay. That's a good way to relax as well.
Yeah, it's a brilliant part of the world to be any time of year, particularly this one in swell season, and it's paid off big time here. Having the Challenger Series has been a really fun event, and we're just picking over some of the highlights from a momentous day. Let's have a look at the women's bracket and check out exactly where we are. We've shuffled things up here and mixed it up in terms of the women's ranking. We mentioned just 5 positions available And this is where we're at. So Isabella Nichols, similar stage to last season. She did leave South Africa, ranked #1 in the world. She mentioned she struggled from here on in to get a result. Erin Brooks, she came in here on fire. She'll move into second place. It's still a pretty good position to be in for the youngster Brooks.
Well, Isabella Nichols, consistency is the theme for her. The Erin Brooks drops 1 spot. But have a look there. Bella Kenworthy's jump and Vaheen Ferrer from 7th up to 5th. And that's a good-looking top 5 picture as we go to Huntington Beach.
Yeah, we've seen 2 surfers with Championship Tour experience there in the form of Nichols and plenty of experience from Fitzgibbons. But otherwise, new names swirling around there. Obviously, Vaheen got the win on the CT. But that story about the new energy for the women. And we're halfway through. Let's see where we go towards how many rookies we might get on tour for the Championship Tour in 2025, Greg.
Yeah, it was gnarly. When you look at that top 10, a lot of the women surfers falling out earlier and the younger surfers coming into that top 10 like ants, moving in and taking those slots. And quite good to see the movement. And yeah, halfway through the season, it's going to be an interesting set for the back half of the Challenger Series.
Let's have a look at our men's top 10 rankings on the Challenger Series. We've mixed things up considerably here, just by virtue of the fact that a lot of the top surfers fell out. Gouveia with the win, and that's going to feel amazing for him. We mentioned some of the tribulations he's had, been away from tour right now. Midway point, half-time, he's #1 in the world.
Well, just another result or two, and Ian Gouveia will be on the 2025 Championship Tour. Sam Pipo drops 1. Aleo Muniz just still in that top picture. George Pittar climbs a little. We spoke of the Australians. Mikey Madonna and Geordie Lawler with their wins in the Aussie legs. Still part of the top 10 picture, guys.
Solid, solid. Look at all those names. All been talking points. Right down to Ed Gragia. He's been strong. Hiroto Ahara in 9th. Nolan Raposa in 8th. It's going to be such a battle for that top 10 come the next couple of events.
I feel like there's a lot of big names in the Challenger Series level that aren't there in these rankings as well, that would like to produce big performances, get a statement in over the US Open coming up soon, then heading into Portugal, of course, into Brazil. And it does feel that in terms of those 10 places, there's so much depth of talent on that tour. And it's one of the reasons that makes this one so fun to watch, because the competition is so intense. It's like piranhas going at it, but ultimately, we can only take 10 male surfers to the CT.
It's radical, and Huntington Beach is next, and it's a tricky wave. It does suit certain surfers. Nolan Raposa, you would think, in home waters is going to be dangerous there. But again, we're going to see that top 10 shift. It's going to be crazy back end of the year.
Well, exactly halfway through the Challenger Series right now, guys. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting back half of this Challenger Series.
Well, it's one order of business, really. We picked over the bones of this. It's been a really enjoyable one. It's time to crown some champions here in front of a passionate crowd at Ballito. Let's go down to Mike Frew for the award ceremony.
Thank you, guys. Welcome to the awards presentation for the 2024 Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. This is the 3rd stop on the WSL Challenger Series after 2 events in Australia. And what a stop it's been. We've had all sorts of conditions this week, ranging from 2 to 3 foot to 4 to 6 foot. We've had onshore, offshore, low tides and high tides, and challenging conditions for the competitors. And we were blessed with a fantastic last day. Offshore winds and 4-foot surf. Throughout the event, what was a big standout for me was the big aerial maneuvers that we saw, guys really stepping up and taking to the air. And then, of course, in the ladies, we saw a lot of the juniors taking out big names and making their way through to the latter rounds of competition. So a lot of firsts here on the Ballito Pro. It was also the first in terms of both the men's and the ladies, the first time these athletes have won a Challenger Series event. And then it was great to see the entire event play right into the theme of this year, which was Lena Inkundla Yempi, which is Zulu for This is the Battle. And we had an oceanic battle happening on our hands throughout the week here in the Kwadakuza municipality. I just want to say a big thank you, first of all, to the Kwadakuza municipality. They put a lot of effort into this event and hosting surfing of this nature in the Ballito region. They are the licensee and the title sponsor of the Ballito Pro. I also want to thank O'Neill, our presenting sponsors for this event, as well as WSL Africa. A big thank you to Tasha Mentasi and Lukman Bruce for all the effort that they put in. Woo! Let's give them a big round of applause. I also want to give a big mention to the surfers that have traveled from all around the globe to this event. They put on a real show for us this week. I heard all the oohs and ahs as they were making and not making those big airs in the couple of finals. So let's give a big round of applause for the surfers for entertaining us this week. I just want to acknowledge our other top-tier partners for this event: Corona, SMG Yamaha, Monster, Coca-Cola, and all the rest of the many, many sponsors that it takes to put events of this nature together. A special mention to the town of Ballito and the Quadakuza municipality and the surfers who share this incredible wave and place with us. And of course, we can't get enough of thanking all of you and the thousands and thousands that came through the week in Ballito to support the event, and everybody that tuned in online. We had on average up to 100,000 people watching the feeds all day, each day, and thank you to everybody for tuning in from all corners of the globe to look at what we got here in Quadakuza. Big round of applause for that. I'm going to call on Mr. Paul Canning. Paul Canning is an ex-World Championship Tour surfer. He was on tour for about 10 years, and he now heads up O'Neill in South Africa. I'm going to ask PC to come up and say a few words. Go, PC.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to the Quadakuza municipality. We're extremely honored and proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro now for 5 years, and it's an incredible relationship, and we really hope it continues well into the future. The Ballito Pro is really the biggest surf festival on the African continent, and it's all the co-sponsors and all partners that really make it possible. You know, we've been here for 2 weeks. We've gone through the Surfing South Africa junior divisions, the JQS, the QS 1000, and the Challenger Series, as well as some side activations, and all the partners in the event. Thank you. It wouldn't be possible without each and every one of you. Also, a massive thank you to Colette Bundy. Colette starts working on this event months in advance and leading up through the months and through the event. Thank you, Colette. You really are the glue that pulls everything together. Also to Tasha Mentasti and the WSL team. The event was extremely professional and well run. Also all the working teams and judges and officials. It's been a long festival, and thank you for all your hard work. And then, as Mike said, the surfers, the level has been incredibly high this year. I mean, I can't believe the amount of air reverses we've seen in the last couple days, and the Ballito crowd has been really entertained. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul Canning. So to help us hand out the awards and give the trophies and the gift packs to the winners, I'm going to call on Paul Canning and Tasha Mentasti. Tasha Mentasti is the WSL Africa Regional Director, and she's done a fantastic job putting this event together. So if you guys could join us up here. So if you guys could just make your way over there. And I'm going to ask the men's runner-up, who we'll present the award to first. And the men's runner-up from Long Beach in California, give him a big round of applause, it's Nolan Raposa. So we're going to hand over some prizes to Nolan. He gets a gift pack from our hospitality partners, Vodacom and Samsung. And he also gets one of these incredibly handcrafted trophies. It's a replica Zulu shield, specially crafted for the Ballito Pro. So I'm going to let Tasha Mentasti and Paul Canning hand that over to Nolan. Let's give this guy a massive round of applause. He entertained us throughout the event. And wow, how were those air reverses and big punts that he did right through the event. Nolan, I'm going to ask you to say a couple of words.
What's the question?
So you have just had one of your biggest results on the Challenger Series. You placed second at the Ballito Pro. You entertained us all week. Give us a couple of words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just super stoked. The crowd's been amazing. I can't thank all you guys enough for watching and supporting. I really could feel all the cheers after every single wave, and then when I come in, I'd like to give a huge shout out to the Sykes family for housing me this week and making me feel like at home and really comfortable. Yeah, it's been an awesome week, and I want to congratulate Ian Govea for ripping all week too. He was lights out for sure.
Big round of applause for Nolan Raposa. Well done, Nolan. I'm going to call up our second place in the ladies from Tahiti. She recently won the Tahiti Pro. I'm going to call on Vaheen Fierro. Big round for Vaheen. Woo! And we will also see this lady competing in the Olympic Games in just 18 days' time in Tahiti. Vaheen, it was also, you really entertained us. You inspired so many youngsters through this event, and thank you for what you brought to the event. We're going to hand over your prizes. You get a Vodacom gift pack, a Quadakuza gift pack, and a beautiful replica trophy from Paul Canning. Let's give Vaheen a very big round of applause. Woo! Let me, there you go, Paul, thank you. Vaheen, give us a couple of words on your thoughts on the event.
First of all, I would like to thank the Bell family for making me feel at home. I always feel so good here in the Indian Ocean, and all the fans, it's the best. Like, I just love it here. And yeah, it was a super fun week after winning Tahiti. I really wanted to put my head down and come back to work and in different conditions, and I'm really proud of that. I was able to do it. So, and big congrats to Bella for winning her first Challenger Series. It's super cool. And yeah, I'm excited to go home with a trophy, and it's 58 hours to get back home, so it was worth coming all the way here.
Big round of applause for second in the women's. Well done to Vaheen Fierro. Right, we're going to call on the men's winner now, all the way from Brazil. He took to the air and also entertained us. Many of you remember in the earlier rounds, he did that big straight air with the grab, high-fived the photographer, and that basically set the beach alight and set the tone for his campaign into the finals. So let's call up Ian Govea. Ian, what an event for you. I know the guys in Brazil are so stoked. We're going to present you with your prizes. We're going to present you with your trophy and then ask for a couple of words. You're going to get a gift pack from Vodacom, from Quadakuza Municipality, and look at the trophy from Mr. Paul Canning. Yee! So 10,000 points on the Challenger Series. That'll go a long way to qualifying potentially for the 2025 Championship Tour. Give us your thoughts.
Today the holidays. To say my love you, today to that, today to love. Thank you.
That's my dad, and back in the days he didn't know how to speak in English, so he acted like he speak English, so he told that. So just a shout out to my dad.
So if you don't know the connection, Ian Govea's dad, Fabio Govea, surfed in this event. It was then called the Gunston 500 back in Durban back in the day. Many of us remember him, so it's great to continue the family tradition. Tell us what this event means to you now, going into the US Open with 10,000 points from the Ballito Pro.
Yes, looks like I'm in a good position to qualify. I waited a long time for this again and stoked. Just gotta thank everyone here in South Africa. I love this place. It's been a long time coming here, and yeah, thank you everyone. All the week was in the beach, doing a lot of noise and such a good vibe. So thank you everyone, and congrats to Nola, Vahine, and Bella. They all was surfing really well and did a great job as well. So yes, let's go to US Open.
Awesome stuff. Let's give Ian a big round of applause. I'm now going to call our ladies champion, winner of the 2024 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, to join us on the stage. Guys, she's only 17 years old. She's one of the top surfers in the world, getting her best results here in Ballito. From California, Bella Kenworthy. So Bella takes 10,000 points towards her potential qualification on the series ratings, a Vodacom gift pack, a Quadacuza gift pack, as well as this incredible Ballito Pro trophy. Let's give her a massive round of applause. Bella, massive win for you. You started gaining momentum from those early rounds. You got through the heats, and you peaked at just the right time. Tell us about the win there.
Yeah, I did not come into this event expecting to make the final or win, so I'm super happy. I want to thank everyone that offered me boards when I didn't get my boards, and yeah.
So you also can look forward to the US Open with 10,000 points on the board, and you've raised the profile massively of women's junior surfing and shown what juniors can do on a big global stage like this. And let's have another huge round of applause for our women's winner, Bella Kenworthy. So I want to thank everybody for coming out, particularly the surfers. Congratulations to all of our winners. It's been another amazing Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're going to get to the champagne and the celebrations, a couple of photos that need to be taken. But again, I just want to thank every one of you that's come out and supported us. Woo! Back to you guys in the studio, Paul, Giggs, and Emma.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Brilliant scenes there. Love that. I tell you what, Ian Gouveia, how cool was that acceptance speech? An impression of the old man. How good.
Absolutely classic. And I know Fabio has been watching online. He's been texting me. He's been so stoked watching Ian's progression through this event and just going to #1 on the Challenger Series.
We need characters, don't we, Giggs, right? It's all about performance and getting everything dialed in, but we like people that enjoy their work. That's Ian Gouveia. What a legend.
We need colour and humour, and well, we got it then. And a cool surfboard story again on both men's and women's side as well. But I mean, winning on Tatiana Weston Webb's board with the Oki and the Slater signatures, that's just so grom and so good.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. So really cool board stories for both of our surfers. The performance they're able to unlock gets them massive results on the Challenger Series. Thinking back on finals day and our top moments, we're going to remind ourselves exactly what went down. Top 5 moments from finals day at the Ballito Pro 2024. Let's take a look at them. And the first one, well, it's all about a breakthrough story. And someone on the Challenger Series has put his hand up as a name, not just for the future, but for the present. Winter Vincent, expect to see a lot more of this dude.
Winter's just so stylish, and love watching his surfing, and just looks so effortless through those turns. And this wave as well, on the rail. So he's got the air game, he's got the rail game. So well spoken, and such a great character, cool kid, and we're going to see so much come from him.
Just 18 years of age, out of Sydney beaches, and well onto the main stage here, guys.
All right, next moment features Vahine Fierro, and we've covered exactly what she's achieved this year on the Championship Tour. Very different skill set here in Ballito, and she's shown her versatility. If you want to get to the top and you want to stay there, Giggs, you're going to need to be versatile.
Well, if she had one soft heat, it was the final. No discredit to the winner. But Vahine Fierro's backhand combos, Greg, 8s and 9s out of the draw all the way through. She's been a top performer. And that ability to mix up beach break and huck over the edge at massive chopu. What an athlete.
Vahine, yep, a standout, stuck to her guns in the final, came off with the second. And yeah, we do have Nolan Raposa massive air rotation. This was in the semi-finals. Got him an 8-point ride. One of the best waves we saw through on the final day.
Yeah, he's been doing that all event long. If anything, a slightly softer final for him as well. But just an entertainer all the way through. Paul, you said we need colour and we need characters. Well, we got them in the shape and form of Nolan Raposa, just on the front foot the whole way through the Ballito Pro this year. And well, what a great result getting to the finals. A runner-up, no discredits for that.
Ian Gouveia as well, just ripping, and this was the biggest number of the day, a 917 in the semis. Full rotation, he got that nose facing the beach, and this set him up. Look how stoked he was with this wave, and he would have felt good. And this was then in the finals, getting the 717 and really setting him up for the win in a fairly slow final, but certainly entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Raposa and Gouveia going at it as goofy footers, but all credit to Ian Gouveia. Great run through Australia and gets the win. He's right up at the top of the Challenger Series ranking boards now. How good is that?
Solid performance. And here we go, Bella Kenworthy. This was that left-hander that just gave her that beautiful lip line and gets two massive turns, and that set her up for the final. And right at the end, she was already in first place. Got this backup right-hander with a couple of good clicks off the top.
Yep, Bella Kenworthy. Also a teenage performance here on the men's side. Winter Vincent as a teenager, and a Bella Kenworthy just 17 years of age. Paul, what a story from the Ballito Pro.
Unbelievable, and she certainly doesn't seem overawed either, does she, by the occasion? I think she has been groomed and destined for greatness for a long time. She's taken a significant step towards that with a massive win on the Challenger Series as a teenager here in Ballito. A brilliant story for Bella Kenworthy. She's absolutely delighted. Well, boys, what an event it's been. It's been an absolute pleasure to be over here. Every time everyone comes to South Africa, they're kind of gushing about all aspects of it. The surf's a key ingredient, but I feel like there's a lot more to it than that here. It's not just about the quality of the waves. A really good vibe, we'll use that word, around this event. And it's been absolutely epic. What another great chapter.
I think South Africans is about good vibe, hospitality. We welcome the tourists, especially to the Quadacooza region, and we got the Dolphin Coast. If you want to have a good holiday, this is the place to come, gigs.
Yeah, good food, and well, we make good surfboards too. Bella Kenworthy winning on a manufactured board right here in Durban when her equipment didn't arrive. So credit to the South African manufacturers as well. Great story here from Ballito.
Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series is all wrapped up. We're going to be heading over to California. It's the Lexus US Open. That's coming at you August the 5th. WorldSurfLeague.com. Look forward to seeing all of these surfers in action over there, which leaves us really for the final time. Again, our favourite time of the day. What an event, boys. Thanks to you two for having me over here. It's been absolutely epic. We'll send you out with some highlights. Shot.
Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.